It is Monday. We had a bit of a long starting student screen. I am so sorry. We are here today. My Fugi's not on. There we go. Hello, everybody. I gotta move Lynn. Why is... Hold on. I gotta fix that. By a little smidge. Little smidge. There we go. Lock that again. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, Lynn. It is... We're a little late. we're a little late. I'm gonna be real. I, like, had such a hard time getting out of bed. Heckin'... It was, How are you doing today?
I'm doing all right. Zooming around a lot.
Yeah. Heckin', I don't know what it is lately. I think it might be because I recently got, like, a new antivirus, and it's being, like, a bit of a butt. But now, like, whenever I sign it, like, ever try to capture Star Rail, I have to create a new game capture to tell it to capture the game, and then the first game capture is like, fine, okay, I guess I'll capture Star Rail, and it's really irritating.
Ha ha ha.
That's why I was having tech issues on Saturday. I have no idea what's going on. Your model is so cute. Hello, Silken Taylor. Hello, welcome. Heckin', normally my starting soon screen doesn't take as long as it does. We usually go 5 minutes,
yeah,
but
sounds like permissions need to be gone over, which is annoying.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to like look at that antivirus and be like, hey, like, stop being mean to Star Rail. But I don't know why that would affect OBS specifically when it captures everything else. I'm guessing it's because Star Rail constantly needs an internet connection. It's also being a little funny with VTS Pog, so we gotta fuck with that. Rick's over, gotta run. No problem, Eggy River. Thanks for stopping by. I got my teapot. I just poured myself a little cup of tea. Today's tea is Forever Nuts.
That and full screen programs tend to be weird with antiviruses. Well,
yesterday Peak wasn't an issue at all. And I'm going to assume that other things probably won't be as crazy either. I don't know what it could possibly be. But like even outside of that, Star Rail initially had
Not all of them.
Just
something that's fairly common.
I think it might just be Star Rail though, because even outside of when I had the new antivirus, it didn't like Star Rail. I would have to run OBS every time as administrator, to the point that I had to go into the application properties and be like, hey, can you just always run it as administrator? Because Star Rail freaking wants to scream at me and doesn't want to be captured.
That life.
Yeah, and it's only Hoyo games that are notorious for this for some reason. And you'd think they'd figure out what's up with that, but I don't know. Maybe Grant knows. But yes, last time, hey, mine does that too. Yeah, in general, with Star Rail, it does that. Hoyo games in general do that, Emerald. But yeah, heckin', I got some food in the oven. I'm just letting it like heat up like slowly, so I can get really goodness out of it. Let me actually also turn this on. Heckin', my throat's been funny. I actually put half the amount of honey in this tea as last time, which was yesterday, and it's actually still pretty good. So I think being able to cut down on sweetness and having tea is going to be pretty fruitful. But last time on Star Rail, we had conversation with Screwlum and Herda. And Herda and Screwlum were like, you need to find Talantin. You need to find who the Chrysos heir of law. You have to convince them. And essentially, once you have law in your grasp, we can proceed further with what's going on and all here. Is Star Rail the game that currently has the Fate collab? Yes, it is currently with the Fate collab. I think, funnily enough, the story itself you can no longer do. Which is kind of crazy. I'm not sure if you can still do the story. But you can still pull and do like the battle part of the event, but I think the story was 3.4 only. I have no idea because we did it pretty quickly. because we wanted to do it before they fixed up the voices. So, what? Yeah, I don't know. But, like, we've already done, like, obviously once you've already done the story, you can't go back and do it. So, I don't know. Maybe people who haven't done the Fate event yet can still do the story. But, I know that the Fate event was, like, there was a timer on it. There was a timer for certain rewards, and that kind of also tells me there was a... That makes me feel like there was also a timer for the event itself.
Got my water. Now checking.
Yeah. Yeah, I know there was time-sensitive event rewards. And those are gone now. But I'm not sure about the story itself. You can probably still do the story. I have no idea. But yeah. Heckin... Last, we heckin' made ourselves back to the beginning of every, to the beginning of a cycle. Turns
You can
out...
still do the story. It's in the conventional memoir.
Oh, okay, sweet. Heckin', we... Excuse me. We,
You get less rewards, but the content remains.
Okay, that's good. So ignore what I just said. Heckin', when we went back in time, Lygus was like, hey, what do I gotta give you for you to not do that? For you to stop what you're doing right now. We told him to eat shit, and he was like, okay, fine. And we're in the first cycle. We meet Saridra and Hycelins. We meet Treeby and Naglaya, who is yet to take her trial. So she hasn't become a demigod yet, so it seems like only Saridra and Treeby are demigods. And Treeby had
we were like, stop talking like you're on the brink of orgasm. And he was like, I'm sorry, I can't do that.
Yeah. Can't do that, I'm almost there. But when we meet the new chums, Treeby's like, yeah, I prophesized someone from beyond the sky, so it seems like the prophecy is different than it was before. Everyone's acknowledging us as the deliverer. Saridra is essentially taking over Amphorius. And the plan now is, now that we have the deliverer, now that I am the law, we have the prophesized, we have another demigod on the way, it is time for us to fucking fuck Fagusa's shit up. And Hycelins is like, yes, it is time for us to go after Fagusa for the Imperator's will. And
and the prophecy was given by Ornyx instead of Keffel this time, which is a big deal.
Yeah, so the prophecy is given by Ornyx instead of Keffeli, which is interesting. And then I continue to make fun of Hycelins' voice. Okay, I was gonna download the game just for the Fate event.
Your impression is hilarious and spot on.
I think my tone could still need some work, but it's just, there's something about just the way she talks. It's the way she talks. Did Apocalyptic Shadow refresh? Oh my god, I can get a chance.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, oh god, I think last time I got like 9 stars. So I could probably get another 9 again and get more jades. Okay. Log into the game. Yeah, I'll log into the game. Alright, let's get travel log. Let's get back into things. And then we accidentally heckin' started the little mem cafe quest, and we're fucking off now. And the hag kindness is dead, so yippee. Only one iteration of her. It's a line of kindnesses, not just one singular person. But yeah, with all that out of the way. Also, Silken Tane, you said I was gonna download the game.
Yeah.
You said you were gonna download the game just for the Fate event. You do get given Archer for free, which is nice. And he is a very good unit. I don't think you can get his light comb for free anymore.
Saridra and Cyrene are super teeny tiny, and it's great.
Let's have a break.
Yeah, I don't think you can get Archer's light comb for free anymore. That was a 3.4 exclusive thing, but you can still
Sadly,
pull.
you can't.
Yeah, I think you can't. You can still pull for it though, but Archer's given to you for free. Do not.
Yeah.
If you are, I'm gonna tell you right now, as someone who is also a fan of Fate and knows people who are much more into the lore, I know a good chunk of the lore and how the Fate universe works myself, though not as well versed as someone like Logan. Logan being from Project Mouthwash, who writes Unlimited Blade Works Abridged, which we did do the Fate collaboration event, at least the last third of it, with him and Aaron playing Lancer and with Logan playing Archer and Aaron playing Lancer, and then Scylla Aria did the whole Fate event with Project Mouthwash as Archer and Lancer. I'm gonna let you know
Also,
right now.
maybe don't try to immediately fix both Fate characters. You are not Logan, and that man's luck is unacceptably good.
Yeah, don't do that. But also, if you're a stickler for Fate lore, you're going to have to not think about any of that when you play the Fate event. Because the Fate event kind of does not care about Fate lore. So if you're able to suspend that, then I think you're gonna be you're on your way to enjoying a fun little silly event. There is a part of the event that unfortunately is way too drawn out. You'll know when you're there.
It does some things right and the rest it just makes up as it goes.
Yeah.
So just like Nasu, hooray.
Yeah, so if anything, it's actually maybe really accurate. But essentially, if you're here for a deep, in-depth story, with the Holy Grail War and Servants Abound and all the crazy deep plot character building character elements that are within Fate, like Fate Zero and Unlimited Blade Works, you're not finding it here. You're not finding it here. I'm really sorry. I'm going to be honest with you. I've been playing this game.
Want a great strategy, go to Amphorius. Fate ain't that.
Yeah. It is a very enjoyable story, albeit it's a very long, yappy one. If you like long, winding, again, expansive lore, then Star Rail in and of itself will be very enjoyable. But just take it at your own pace if you do decide to stick to the story. Because, and I say this now, in order to play the event, you have to, I think, play up to a certain point in Star Rail's story. And if you keep telling yourself, I gotta do this so I can do the good thing, quote unquote, you're going to be very disappointed. So, it's cool to download just for the Fate event, but also, let yourself be open to the idea of potentially enjoying the Fate event. And then what's going on here? Just checking something really quick. All right, making sure that all that's good. In the words of P5, take your time. Pretty much. Take your time, and just kind of let yourself kind of be a part of the thing. Don't just be like, I have to do this until I can play the Fate event. I can do this until I got to play the Fate event.
Yeah, Final Fantasy 14 rules, except there's no excuse for skipping the Belavig, and I will not allow you to sit at the table if you do.
Yeah, that's also the thing of, if you're just gonna skip the story of Star Rail, just uninstall the game. If you don't plan on sticking to Star Rail afterwards, I would more recommend you just watch the Fate event be played on YouTube or on Twitch. I haven't played a Hoyoverse game since Start of Genshin and enjoyed it a fair amount, so I feel I enjoy the game either way. Yeah, and if you like, again, more turn-based RPG elements and stuff, then I think Star Rail will still be enjoyable. But again, especially this big arc of Amphorius, it's very, very yappy. Very yappy. Penacony is pretty darn yappy.
Like, I get that a Realm Reborn story is rough, yappy, and sloggy, but Belavig is great and you should enjoy it.
Yeah, Bellabog is pretty good. But yeah, let's talk to Saridra now.
I apologize for that farce of a meeting. It must be tiring dealing with so many people every day, Great Imperator. Tiring? You're mistaken. Moving chess pieces, placing wagers. This game of strategy adds a dash of color to our heavy fates. Much like how rule and conquest are always accompanied by sacrifice.
Yes, of course.
Is the war with the Titans
Greetings, Imperator.
also part of that sacrifice? After I glimpse the secrets of this world, No, the secrets beyond the sky. The divine authority of Amphorius no longer held any significance. Let me ask you, Deliverer. Is it true that beyond Amphorius' sky, there are magnificent deities called Eons?
Alright, no problem then, Silken. Good to hear it. I haven't played Persona 5. Unfortunately, I was not into Persona 4. But, I don't mind a yappy storyline as long as it gives me breaks in between the yapping so I can process. Their power are 1,000 times greater than the Titans. Where did you hear this from?
Agreed.
Ah, that certainly captivates my interest.
I
Then
like
please
Zenith Saga.
tell me
All you
more.
need to know.
How will you use this great power to guide the people? In the future you envision, where will our flame chase journey lead?
Well, only then can Amphorius break free.
Oh? What you require now is the power of law? Exactly. Just as the prophecy foretold, she is your deliverer from beyond the sky, and she also has reliable allies. If they can intervene in Amphorius's laws, we may have a chance to alter this world's impending fate and reverse its destined end. Very good, Deliverer. You have courage. To say such presumptuous things, even knowing that the inheritor of the law stands before you.
We need to fuck with law so that we can do the so that we can save everything.
You mean, in the past, anyone who dared to covet the Imperator's divine authority would have met a gruesome end. But now we can see beyond this dying world.
It's just like, yeah, we need the power of law. Yeah, I have it. I have it. And it's like, yeah, we need it. Are you gonna take it?
Our journey should no longer be confined below this stubborn sky. Alas, that fickle ocean titan has obstructed the spirit water leading to the vortex of Genesis, hindering my ascension. If the core flame of law cannot be returned, your path to deliverance will never be realized.
Okay, so here's my question, because I know that they have to return the core flames. They don't.
I am the law, the great, beautiful, not at all short. This is an acceptable height I have decreed, law.
It is normal, and I am due for at least 2 more growth spurts. Fuck you. So the ocean titan is fucking with the spirit water, which means they can't return the core flames. Now, the core flames. How do I word my question? How do I word my question? They have to, in order to become a demigod, they have to pass the trial. And is the trial given to them when they return the core flame, or upon obtaining the core flame? Because that's something that, like, is starting to get a little shaky with me. Because I know they're like, you have to return the core flame, you have to return the core flame. But as we've seen with Tribi, she became a demigod before, like, by getting the core flame. She got it, she used it, and then upon leaving Yanisopolis, she split into 1,000. And then the core flame was returned. Like, she had to go to the vortex of Genesis. Like, you can still be a demigod, but still be holding the core flame, is essentially what I'm saying. Oh. From what I'm getting at. I'm just trying to make sure I have my understandings correct here. Because again, as far as we know, what we've been going by, right now the only demigods are Tribi and Saridra, because she's like, yeah, I just passed Talantin's trial. I am the law now. But she has the core flame. She has to return it. But the reason it's like, actually, we got to get Fagusa's ass because Fagusa not letting me do this thing here. And then she says, hindering my ascension. So it's like, has she not completely ascended yet? Is she technically not a demigod yet because she hasn't returned the core flame?
Yet it's a bit weird. From what I can gather, the Titan can't manifest unless it's been placed in the spirit basin to give the trial, but it can decide to endow you with its power even without the trial. It's just not total.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's the case. That I guess the ascension isn't, I guess giving I guess the easiest way to put it is that from what I'm getting, the ascension isn't finalized. You might already be quote unquote ascended and given the power of a demigod, but it's not finalized until you return the core flame. Maybe if the Titan
like
goes...
how Hyacinth could channel the power of the core flame, but wasn't a demigod.
Yeah, like she was able to channel that, but it wasn't, but we were the one that returned Aquila's core flame.
But Fanon couldn't do shit with Strife.
Yeah. Because we know that Nikador specifically wanted Mighty. Fagusa is the bouncer to the vortex of Genesis, yeah. Maybe if the Titan goes, hey, I like you, they don't need to return first. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Wagadaba, that's what I think is the case. Is that if the Titan already favored you, they can essentially give you like a trial period of their powers, but it isn't until you return the core flame that you do not ascend and take over that authority. So by this ideology, if we go by this, Saridra is on her trial period of being a demigod, but she hasn't finalized her ascension. Her application hasn't been fully processed. It's being looked at. That's a little confusing. Because again, you had Tribi who became the demigod, and then it's assumed later she gave away the core flame because she had to go all the way to the vortex of Genesis, which is an Akama. Heckin' Aglaya, she's not a demigod yet, and she doesn't seem to have any of that thing of like the golden thread and all that bullshit, because she hasn't done her trial yet. And then everybody else here, we already know that Hycelin's, like, not a spoiler, but Hycelin's is the Chrysos heir that takes over Fagusa. But it seems like they don't know that. I don't know. The Tribi situation might be a case of her using the power of passage to return the core flame, and they don't want to rely on that the entire time since it uses up her power. Yeah, maybe. I know that it gives her the sentry gate. But we're mostly talking about like the returning of the core flame. Like she's interning. Yeah. Kind of like a Titan intern. Get me some fucking coffee, bitch.
Now that things have come to this, we must resume our once stagnant journey and force the waves that block our way to recede. So, you agreed to cooperate with us? Cooperate? Forgive me, but I never cooperate with anyone. Though I will permit you to join me as subjects, and together, we will forge the most perfect law. This is the Flame Chase Medallion, a symbol of the Flame Chase Army. Every noble in Akama carries one. This medallion represents the will of the Imperator herself, and you may act freely within the city with it. Before we embark on the crusade against the Ocean Titan, you should rest in Akama for a time.
And yeah, it's like how Trib Bios was able to use passage, but didn't split into the Trib Legion until ascending in Okima.
I thought she split the moment she left Yanisopolis. Like, isn't that what it said?
I'll have to look over that again.
That the moment she passed by the gate, she split. I have no clue about the lore of this game, but it seems interesting. This discussion is kind of cool to hear as an outsider. I'm getting Honokuni Curse of Stride vibes all of a sudden. Maybe that's just a theme in loops. Yeah, again, this is what I mean by it can be a little confusing sometimes when you start, like, really looking at it. Again, when we did the whole flashback with Trebios, she was like, you know what's gonna happen when you pass through that gate. Like, she wasn't as far as I know, she wasn't creating a sentry gate. She was just leaving Yanisopolis, and it was upon leaving Yanisopolis that she split. Unless I interpreted that wrong. But it was that thing of, like, not watching her take her first steps away and passing the gate to Yanisopolis. That was going to be like, wait, you know what's going to happen when you pass by that gate? And she's like, yes, I'm no longer going to be me. There's going to be a lot of me. Maybe I'm remembering things weird.
Yeah, it says she splits after assuming the full authority of passage.
So then would that be... That would probably be then after she gives back the core flame.
Probably yet.
Yeah. Again, the game words it so fucking weirdly then. Because it makes it seem like as soon as she leaves Yanisopolis and she passes by the gate to Yanisopolis, that taking the core flame like she did... When you see her, like, on the floor...
It doesn't specify, but that's the assumption, since it also likes metaphors.
Yeah, because I know it's, like, when she's, like, crying and stuff, she's like, you know, I've assumed my duty, I'm going to take over the core flame for Yanis and all of that stuff, and it's, like, leaving Yanisopolis is, like, the true... I don't know. They word shit weird. Be more direct, Star Rail. Stop yapping. Also, Drill to the Heavens is your name? A girl... Oh, okay. Yeah. There are some things where I wish they were a bit more clear on. The reason I also say this is because, unfortunately, and I consider this a sin. I consider this a sin. When you have a game this yappy, and then there's more yapping in other places. And Star Rail doesn't have the thing it does where it's like, here's a light novel with additional stuff. It's on their social media. It's on HoYoLab and, like, on their forums and stuff, where they have, like, more in-depth recaps about things or more in-depth, little in-depth thingies about the characters. Like, for example, we wouldn't have known, and then there's also the live letters. Like, we wouldn't have known about Anaxa's obsession with Dromas if we didn't watch the live letter or look at, like, the social media and the forum posts on HoYoLab. And I personally... Like, they're cute and fun, but personally, I would like that in some way to also be accessible within the game, because I'm not going to look for all of that. And that's where it's like, in all the yapping this game does, it doesn't do that.
There's a fair bit of his obsession with Dromas in the readables we pick up.
Oh yeah, of course. But, like, for example, like, the Dromas onesie that he canonically sleeps in every night, and that he has Dromas dolls and things like that. Like...
Haha, yeah, that's adorable.
That shit we didn't know until we watched the special program or read the little funny thing on their social media. I like, where would you put that in the story? I don't know. Figure it out. You figured out everything else. What's one more fucking piece of lore? Like, I don't know. Be wary of someone named Lagus Imperator. Have a good night. Have a good night, Drill.
Have Aggie talk about it while the girls are fighting.
Yeah. Fucking let her throw that while she's throwing shade, being like, by the way, he's a fucking baby. He's a huge fucking man-child.
Make them talk even more like
Oh.
bitter exes.
Not trust a man named Lygus.
Your advice is acknowledged. From this moment on, prove yourself through your actions. As long as no boundaries are crossed, I fully respect the choices of my subjects.
Oh, we're gonna piss her off, aren't we? Prove yourself through your
May
actions.
your journey reach that sky full of stars, great Imperator.
Yeah, good luck in the job interview.
Your attendant certainly knows how to curry favor. Go now. Take a bath first. You two... reek of seawater.
Meanwhile, Hycelan's, I do not see how that is a problem, Imperator. But if the stench really does offend her, I shall join you. Okay. Because she's a mermaid.
Come forth, Theoros.
Yes. Great Imperator. Now, perhaps you're willing to hear my counsel.
Those two arrived just as Onyx described, and just as you said, they showed a thirst for law. At least this proves that my judgment was right. Sparing your life was the correct decision.
You've once again confirmed that your wisdom is no empty boast. Now another choice lies before you. With whom shall you ally to tip the scales of law? Me or that deliverer?
Remind me again, Antikytheron. What kind of future do these two paths lead to in your view?
I shall tell you. You are entitled to know that the deliverer from beyond the sky is not a wholly wicked being, but from the very start, her stance has been completely at odds with Amphorius. The road they have chosen will bury Amphorius' grand aspirations. This world, which follows the path of destruction, will inevitably stray far from the glory it was meant to enjoy. But on the path I have revealed to you, the people of Amphorius will slay their creator in the name of the Imperator and conquer the worlds beyond the sky. You will command the mighty beast known as Iron Tomb, bringing waves of war and conquest to the universe. Beings across the cosmos will bow before you, offering their allegiance.
So, what's the price?
The price is insignificant.
Fun that he's being incredibly misleading, but technically nothing he said was entirely wrong.
Oh, yeah.
Complete humanity to the destruction. As a Chrysos, heir of the prophecy, you have already chosen to abandon it, have you not?
Off you go, Theoros. I have already made my decision. Once I ignite the core flame of law and burn away the old, outdated rules, Amphorius will embark on a journey across the stars.
Yeah, you're telling, honestly, right now, You're telling someone that for all intents and purposes...
The Imperator is quite forceful. She didn't give us any chance to ask questions.
You are telling someone that right now, for all intents and purposes, can be considered a dictator. She is a dictator. For as much as Eclair may simp over them, because Eclair hard simps for Hycelans and Ceridra.
Okay, so yet, confirming there again that she has the powers of law but hasn't assumed the proper authority yet.
Yeah, and everyone hated Aglaya. Yeah, that's also the really funny thing. And everyone hated Aglaya. Now, I'm gonna have to like refill my teapot because this is my last cup of tea. But when you consider the fact that she was like lukewarm compared to we just saw, because yeah, right now Ceridra's being told that there is something happening, there is some bullshit happening beyond the sky, and we need to save Anforius from that. That is a bad thing that is out there. And Ceridra's like, okay. And what we just learned now is that Lygus has been telling her...
Well, Aglaya was girl boss while being super hot, which isn't okay, while Ceridra is a full-on dictator but she's tiny and that's funny, so it's fine.
Well, I won't, I've been looking in the Star Rail chat, and thankfully the community has been very, very, at least the Summoners Network, the HSR subset of Summoners Network has been very good at keeping their spoilers at bay. But, like, apparently some people are kind of not liking Ceridra. And obviously it's for similar reasons to Aglaya. Though in this case, with Ceridra, again, she seems to be a full-blown dictator. With how she rules everything. And then there's the fact that, again, she's told, hey, if you listen to the prophecy and the deliverers, we can save all of Anforius from the threat beyond the sky. And essentially uphold the status quo. And she's like, okay. And then Lygus is like, yeah, you can do that. But also, if you let what's happening continue to happen and even help push it along, that thing beyond the sky that is apparently so dangerous, what if I told you you could take control of it and conquer beyond Anforius? You're telling that to a dictator, to a conqueror, that they can continue to conquer beyond. Now, where the hubris lies is that this thing, this Iron Tomb, and by proxy, Nanook, an Aeon, a full-flown, bigger than the Titans god, you're telling her that she can control that. And again, with a lot of dictators, their hubris tells them, fuck yeah, sign me the fuck up. So I'm not surprised that that at least it seems to be insinuating, or at least it seems to be foreshadowing, that she gonna turn on us. Because yeah, right now, what we're promising and what Lygus has been promising her is night and day.
Yet I feel like the general direction they're going with her is that of the misunderstood benevolent dictator, where she's callously breaking shit to rebuild a better world that she actually believes in, but right now she just full-on acts like a self-interested tyrant.
Yeah. And then it's also that thing of like, you gotta be real. Why wouldn't you think that Lygus hadn't gotten to her first? Lygus knows exactly where we're going to go, where we're going, and what we need to do to thwart him.
Yeah.
How do you think he's not going to try to stop it? And unfortunately, whatever you say, obviously we put the choice where it's like, hey, if you run across someone named Lygus, don't trust him. It's like, now why would you say that? And again, it could just be a word of warning. And maybe she will be very cautious of what Lygus says, because again, if you think a little bit more reasonably for a minute, how is she supposed to wrangle essentially something how is she supposed to wrangle something that is essentially like a tool of a full-blown god? Again, there's hubris, but think realistically for a moment. How is what he says exactly what's going to happen? Obviously we have like how Amphorius has talked about Antikytherians and all that stuff. They're usually they're so impartial, like they literally cannot lie. They can only tell the truth because they're that objective and impartial, and that's why they have so much respect. And again, he's not lying, but he's not telling the entire truth either. He's just kind of changing up the words. He's like Kyubey. He's like Kyubey in that instance. I told you what's gonna happen. I'm telling you this is this is what could happen. This is what can happen. I didn't tell you that it would absolutely happen. Well, what about this? You didn't ask. How was that supposed to work? You didn't ask. And that's where that sort of thing gets you. Because again, Kyubey was the same way. Kyubey was not evil or good. Kyubey just was. Kyubey's goal was prevent entropy. Prevent the entropy, heat death of the universe by creating magical girls and using the power of their depression and all of that to keep the universe going. Like that was their whole shtick. And to them,
nothing he's saying is outright false, but it leaves out context and is intentionally worded in ways to be misinterpreted by those without said context.
Exactly. Again, the reason everybody hates Kyubey, it's like, well, why didn't you tell us that magical girls became witches? You never asked where they came from. You never asked where they came from. You never asked, why do we have to purify our soul gems with grief seeds? You never asked us what you do with them. You never asked.
I of course never implied there was a reason to ask, but really you trusting me is on you.
Exactly. And that's where some people were like, well, Kyubey lied by omission. And it's just like, no, because unfortunately, yes, these girls were mostly like young middle school age girls, but they didn't ask. They didn't ask. How are they supposed to? Kyubey's very is like in that sense a bad guy, but at the same thing, it's like Kyubey doesn't understand why that's bad. You didn't ask. Why are you so mad? Implying that if they had,
he's openly deceitful, but he doesn't lie by omission.
Yeah, it's that thing of like, again, he assumes that you trust him, and you don't ask questions. But it also implies that had they asked questions, that Kyubey might have answered them. And this is that thing of, would Lygus have answered questions if he had asked? Probably. He probably would have continued his weird word mumbo jumbo, but he would have given you an answer, but you don't ask. Give me a couple minutes. I am going to grab my food from the oven and get another teapot of tea ready. We're going to do a quick BRB, and I'm going to run some ads really quick since we're getting close to ad time. I will be right back. Alrighty, we are back.
And she's clearly hiding something. What do you think?
You think she's hiding something? At least she allows us to move freely. Her bossy way of doing things is hard to stomach. We should consult with the geniuses about the current situation. I think that.
Looks like we're on the same wavelength. The atmosphere in Akama... it's so unfamiliar. And it's not just the Flame Chase Alliance talking about the world beyond the sky, but the whole city.
Interesting how it keeps like the mouse sounds and stuff. It's very interesting.
The atmosphere in Akama... it's so...
Mostly a lot of things don't like mouse sounds, but something about it definitely gives it like a more realism thing.
We should also discuss our findings with our friends from beyond the sky. Then...
Like, is it?
Looks like we're on the same wavelength. The atmosphere in Akama... it's so...
Like, just that little, like, I don't know. Like, usually when it comes to recording for things, they don't want you to have mouse sounds, but that was something that, that Scylla was telling me about when it came to Star Rail, that makes the performances feel more personal and realistic, is that they have those mouth sounds, those little, it's a little garnish, because normally we don't want to hear mouth sounds in our ear like that, especially if they feel too close, but there's something about it that just feels more realistic when you hear them, and they're kept in like a reasonable way. But yeah, just something I notice every once in a while.
I can think of a ton of things where I wouldn't want it, but it just sounds great here.
We should go enjoy the renowned bathing culture of the holy city and relax. It's the thing I've been looking forward to most on this journey.
What are you talking about? Is this really the best time for a bath? Play along.
Work and rest are both important. You see, everyone agrees, right?
We're being watched, bruh.
So someone's watching.
I think it's because it's a game where we control the pacing, so we can have these little moments and they feel natural.
Quiet corner to update Madame Herta and Screwlum on our progress.
Tyrene is very smart.
We can also check out what's happening in
Where
the
yet
city.
if this was an anime
Since
it
the
would be
outcome of the meeting
distracting.
was just announced,
Yeah.
people must be gossiping.
The only time I ever remember in an anime, and this wasn't the English dub because it was never dubbed as far as I know, but the Japanese dub, and it was very interesting. It was a show called Electromagnetic Girlfriend. I think it was only like 3 episodes. In Japanese, it's called Denpa Teki Nakanojo. And it's about this dude who his classmate one day tells him that he is the reincarnation of like this great emperor and that she was his right-hand man. And she's just fucking weird. But when I was watching this, and only reason I saw it was through like Tumblr, where I saw like some GIFs, and I was like, "What's up with this one? This guy looks interesting." And something that I noticed upon watching it that I was like, "What the fuck?" was every time there was like a moment of silence, you would hear. And it was like, huh? Just that little... You don't hear that a lot. You don't hear that... That slight
Yeah, you
lips...
just don't.
That light lip smack or that, like, teeth sucking in. Unless it's, like, specifically scripted in. You don't hear that. And it caught me off guard. But I didn't mind it. Because it made...
Yeah, and like how people don't click their tongues.
Like, it was that thing that just gave this idea that whenever... Because the whole thing with them is that she was very frustrating to be around. Because she was fucking weird. So they would have these moments, and you could tell, like, oh yeah, no, he's kind of doesn't know what to do with her. It's very short. It has a happy ending. He starts humoring her because it's like loneliness and some shit, but yeah, that was my first run-in with this being in voice acting, and that was a long time ago. Very long time ago.
We can kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Let's go.
Alrighty. Relax at the Memorial Palace.
So, check down the stairs.
Yeah, one sec. Following items have been recycled upon login. Oh, okay, so they legit really got rid of these.
To the left and right.
Yeah, left and right.
And yeah.
So now it's just all gonna be self-molding resin now. Additional consumption you can... Okay. They're like, yeah, that didn't work out. We don't like it. Hold on, I want to look at my inventory. Funny items.
Yeah, they were redundant.
Other materials. Missions. I want to look at this. Identification badge of the Flame Chase Army, bearing the Imperator's highest command. The wearer has unrestricted access throughout the city. Down the stairs to the left? Like down here? It doesn't work. Oh, like right here, maybe? The gate? Are you talking about the gate thingy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like Orynyx's sign, and it's like glitchy. Whereas I think it looked different
It's actually Janus.
Oh, Janus. Yeah. I think, in other Akuma, it's different.
It's glitchy passage that is colored like the black tide.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, I've noticed that. I think, oh, I can't move around, but I think I've noticed that. Because in Akuma, it's a little different, yeah. You can't. Alright.
Oh, so many people! The holy city is so lively.
Did you hear? At the Alliance meeting, the delegate from Leyden stormed out in anger.
Oh, it's not on auto read. Sorry, low. Mm-hmm.
As expected, the Imperator is always hiding things from everyone. When has it not caused a ruckus?
Silence! That's treason! If it weren't for the great Imperator, you'd have sunk into the lake with those corrupt elders already. And you wouldn't even be alive to speak like this.
Yeah, that's a full-on despot.
Oh, no. It's the Imperator's loyal dog.
Let's go. We can't talk in front of this guy.
How disappointing.
Grumbling dissent?
Oh,
That's treason.
guests, we meet again. Looks like
Absurd.
I'm not the only one who came to the baths to unwind after the meeting. For the upcoming campaign, please make sure to rest well. I am Dux Dragoris, a trusted officer of the great Imperator, willing to fight alongside the Deliverer in the coming battles.
Another war? Ever since the Imperator took control of Akuma, we haven't had a day of peace.
Idle chatter.
The atmosphere is a bit tense. With rumors flying around the city,
I'm joking
you
because he's
must
a
be
dog.
troubled.
He's like a guard dog.
My apologies. After every alliance meeting, there are always some pests in the city who get restless.
Fuck them and their
I
opinions.
prefer to ignore them. Pests on the ground don't affect the sky in the slightest. They just complain.
His
from the
name
shadows
starts
that
with
the
lab,
sun's light
so
is
yeah,
too harsh.
man's a Labrador.
The lion does not. Why does it go by? How does the phrase go? The lion doesn't concern himself with the opinions of the sheep.
Besides, the Theoros has already promised the Imperator her fate. And these clowns...
The lion does not
will
concern
eventually
itself with the
realize
opinions
their
of sheep.
foolishness.
Yeah, I remembered.
May I ask, who is this Theoros?
The Imperator has ordered us to keep his lordship's whereabouts a secret.
Oh, that lord.
Ah, so it's his lordship.
Good job.
Stop trying to get things out of me. Leave me alone.
Good job.
Good job.
I didn't even need to try.
Well, it's a guy.
Big and strong Dux Fragoris really can't hide anything.
You suck at this.
Good job.
Theoros.
Bad dog.
What an ominous name. Bad news. He's been staring at us the whole time. Let's move to another place for now.
Like, we know
It's
who the
Melee Claire.
Ritra has
Ha.
concealed from us. In the worst case scenario, we may have to face more than one enemy.
we know who the Theoros is. I don't know why we're acting stupid. Unless we're assuming that there's no possible way that Lygus doesn't know we're fucking here.
Stop trying to get things out of me.
Oh, it's these two guys.
Technically there were other Theoros in this time I think, but yeah, 1 + 1 is 2.
Why door gotta take so long to open? Seal slammers. Alrighty, I just wanted to explore the other side. Rewards for watching, lurking even.
Found a
Yep.
body in the bath. Neat.
You found a body in the bath? Is it the ones that I'm like exploring? Because I don't know. I'm like just exploring. Lol. Oh yeah, there's somebody. I think I just found the body.
It's some old guy drowned with his head underwater.
Yep. Oh, good job. What did Star Rail mean by that? Tell me I just ate a piece of pork. Don't tell me we gotta go to the potty. No. You are gonna chill. I didn't mean to look up their Hunter Heist and scared. I just wanted to see where the water was coming from. What does he say? Even the liver takes baths. You'll get killed for saying things like that. Somebody else passed out. Oh no, we're all plunged into lawless darkness. Only go so far. Alright.
This guy is breathing and isn't submerged though, further
Yeah.
confirming yet, that other guy is super dead.
Oh.
Flamebearer who ends wars? Clearly, a tyrant who doesn't deserve such a title.
You're absolutely right. While
Wow,
the
this
Imperator's
delivery.
hounds are still hunting down
Yeah.
others. Let's let out our grievances.
Flamebearer who ends wars? Clearly, a tyrant who doesn't deserve such a title.
Okay, I actually do need to use the bathroom. I will make it quick, but I will do some ads in the meantime to also kill the thing. My tummy hurts.
Alrighty. Big stretch. Hi there, chat. Very much so, the peak stream yesterday was a ride and a half. Very happy people had a blast.
Oh my god, okay. That was longer than I would have liked. I'm sorry. Interview concluded. It's gone well. Hell yeah.
Haha,
Hell yeah.
all good.
Oh, yeah, sorry for the little bit of delay there. Tummy problems. Behind the story? Oh. But I immediately love how time travel story went sideways immediately. Oh, absolutely. Fell off a peak and got here. Seriously, Peak Lab yesterday was a hoot. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm really hoping that I can probably have more of those in the future. With my other VTuber siblings. Hopefully, if they're willing to. Plan different times and days. Like maybe do like one on a Saturday where more people might be free in the later half of the night. Things like that. It was a lot of fun. And it doesn't even have to be Peak. It can be the whatever current freaking games like super popular and stuff that people are like watching people play. I definitely enjoy doing it. That was a lot of fun. I was nervous meeting 2 new people, but I think Logan and Aaron are very wonderful icebreakers. I know I had originally asked Scylla if they wanted to be a part, and they were down, but they had already booked vacation with Sayu, so it was like, okay, well, no worries there. But I'm gonna definitely try to see if I can get like Brayden and Scylla in on one with some sibbies, but we'll see how things go. Whew.
You. I know you. You're that tyrant's lackey. What? Here to shut me up for that little imp?
Panicking now? Don't worry. I don't care what others say about the Imperator. And she certainly doesn't either.
Oh, my Tommy.
Children of the Prophecy. Such rare guests.
Hopefully you get the job drill. That sounds exciting.
The temperature is just right today, so be sure to enjoy it. You should rest well for the next campaign.
There we go, much warmer tea. Hopefully settle my tummy.
Children of the Prophecy? Another excuse for the Imperator's reckless warmongering.
No filter, huh? You should be glad you don't have a seat at the Alliance meetings. By the way, if you still want to bathe, hurry up. Once that predatory fish joins the flow of water and eliminates all all the fools questioning the world beyond the sky, you won't be able to enjoy this perfect water temperature anymore.
Seems like there's more to Dux Bermalis' words than meets the eye.
Okay.
Would the Imperator actually kill those who question the world beyond the sky?
Really though, that guy's delivery is awful. Who
Yeah.
let that through? Or did they just grab him from the staff to record?
No idea. Interesting though. They're usually not reoccurring characters, so they don't matter as much. They just grab someone where it's like, hey, while you're here, do you want to just quickly record like 2 or 3 lines?
Yeah.
And they're usually a very do whatever. Oh. Yeah, I would love to get Brayden and Scylla. I would love to like grab like two siblings. Because now that I think I like the format here of like, hey, let's meet new people, but like still be among friends.
It's squishy.
Like it helps. So the next time I propose like a collaboration with the siblings, I'd be like, hey, I've got 2 or 3 slots. I'm gonna invite 2 or 3 of my friends.
It's squishy.
And see if people are open. The reason I don't want to outright say though who they might be is because I don't want people to join the collaboration just because I'm inviting someone that happens to be a big streamer.
Let's have a break.
Like I would only be like,
Yeah, agreed.
Like they would only know that like Scylla or Brayden are gonna be there once I've solidified that they can, and then it's like, hey, this is who you get to meet, and things like that. Because I don't want to throw people's names over people's heads. I want people to collaborate with me because they want to collaborate with me, not because there's a possibility I might bring someone like Logan or Scylla or Aaron or things like that. Because unfortunately there are people in the VTuber sphere that want to climb the ladder.
$100. 100%.
Yeah. So I don't want to do that, and I also don't want to do that to my friends either.
Huh. These two are...
So many guests today. Let's see who's here now. 2 distinguished guests of the prophecy. One a clever and adorable warrior. The other...
Oh, fascinating.
quite heroic.
Correct, Leo.
Heroes. I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. How fortunate.
The typos irk me more than bad VA delivery. Yeah. The thing is, though, it's like, when it comes to certain translations, unfortunately, that's just human error.
It's a pleasure to see you again, Dux Helcalithist and Dux Carminum.
At least it's not like freaking Crunchyroll, that for its other, some of its other subtitles, they've been outright caught using ChatGPT and using AI to translate their shows into other languages. Like, is Google Translate that hard to fucking use? Instead, they have ChatGPT do it.
This is...
She wants to find someone to help with research for her new work.
This girl reading a book in the room, the page she's looking at actually has writing in it. It's probably an asset from another world that they just reused, but normally everything Amphorius only has black characters.
Mm-hmm.
Enough small talk. Here's the latest news from Akima, as you requested. The children of the prophecy arrived in the holy city, and the Imperator unilaterally stripped away military power.
alliance meeting ended in discord, and there may be bloody upheaval.
As expected.
I get the feeling you might have embellished a bit to keep people's attention.
I swear on my stone mane, I would never do such a thing. But if you wish to quell this terrifying news, perhaps a more explosive topic would help.
Never mind. While the influence of rumors can be minimized, the fact remains that the great Imperator did swiftly consolidate military power in an almost threatening way. It's undeniable. Heroes. I know the Imperator's way of doing things may seem a bit autocratic to outsiders, but soon you will witness her blade dance with enemies on the battlefield.
Didn't HSR's friend?
I can't comment on the source of her loyalty, but when that blade is drawn, you two, as bright as you are, will surely see the deep thoughts beneath her exterior.
Didn't HSR's French translation team and one of Wuwa's get caught using AI to translate from CN recently? I actually didn't know about that, and if that's the case, that is very interesting. That is very, very interesting. I actually did not know. And honestly, I'm surprised I didn't know. Which gives me a little bit of skepticism. Only for the fact that people will jump at anything to shit on Hoyo games. And I get it. I totally understand. So I'm surprised that it hasn't reached me. So yeah, I'll have to look into that. That is definitely interesting. Because it's that thing of like, Hoyo, you're a $1 billion company. I know you be making money. I know you can be hiring somebody to localize your shit. And you should. You absolutely should.
The Imperator's blade. Is he talking about Miss Hysealin's? I sense some unease in Dux Halcolith's words. It seems the Imperator and Miss Hysealin's share a much deeper bond than the others do.
And yet, looking at it, the book she's reading is an asset from the Xianzhou, I believe.
Is there any place where we can have some privacy? To understand the Imperator's secrets, we have to get past Miss Hysealin's.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely, that's the Enjo. Yeah, because, like, they don't have books here. They have scrolls.
But you can see the scrolls on the ground.
Yeah, exactly.
All blank characters.
You know, that is actually just a Xianzhou book. Ooh, I got a really nice angle. That is just a Xianzhou.
Yep.
That's really funny. Again, far as I know in Amphorius, books in the traditional sense do not exist here. It's all scrolls. It's all scrolls. So this...
I keep my eye out for any writing here, so that's funny.
Yeah, this is very, very interesting. Because, like... It is a thing that most people wouldn't catch. If I remember correctly, the HSR French team left the actual AI translation error line in the script. Ah. Interesting. I could make a joke at the behest of the French. Not behest. I can make a joke at the cost of the French and be like, but they're the French. But it is interesting. But yeah, this is such a silly little thing. They could have literally had her holding a scroll like this, but they used a book. And it shows, like, one can be really bad faith and be like, this is how you know they don't care. But it's also just a silly, like, hey, can you just fill the room with NPCs? And it's just like, yeah, here's one reading a book. and then they just switch the model to an Amphorian one, and then it's
But
like,
yet,
there you go.
there's only like 3 or 4 instances of actual physical writing in Amphorius, and this is definitely something they didn't think people would notice, but it's funny.
With translation, it specifically doesn't make sense to use AI from my perspective. There's so much nuance, I'd hate to have to look at, say, a Chinese script side by side with a roughly translated English, and have to edit that side by side. I don't see it saving that much time compared to line-by-line translation first draft. Bruh, just hire a Canadian. Just hire a French Canadian. Y'all can't tell me y'all can't find somebody who speaks French. In fucking France. I don't know. They unfortunately, and I unfortunately don't, it's hard to say for sure, but it's a little sad because
Sounds
I feel like
they need someone who speaks French and Chinese.
Well, here's the thing. Not exactly. It's just, you have to find that person if you want to, like, save money. But literally, you have a Chinese person translate everything into English, or roughly translate it to English. And then from that, you give that to somebody who knows French.
Yeah, that's easier.
That's easier. And hell, that's what they kind of do with, like, dubbing and localizations, where they translate the script, and then sometimes that script is just passed around to all other localizations. A good example that comes to mind is the Mermaid Melody dub that we never got. But every other country sure fucking did. Because Japanese can also be a little bit tricky to translate, especially back then. What happened was, once the script was translated into English, when it came to other countries like Hebrew and Spanish and Portuguese and like all but Italian, because the Italian worked with Japan, which is why theirs is technically a little more accurate, they say. But Italy also did its thing where it's like, let's throw away all the songs and make our own. All but Italy worked off that English translation script, which is why all the songs also sound the same in terms of like the meanings and stuff. Aside from a couple nuances here, which I won't go into because this isn't a Mermaid Melody stream, sadly. But that happens too, where the harder language is translated to an easier one, and then that easier translation that's a lot more accessible is passed out to other localizers. So my general take, in this case, it seems that the French translation was going off the Chinese one, and that's where they were having difficulty, where, for whatever reason, they thought that they would need to use AI. And that sucks. Because you would think that... Oh! Heckin' Lilim Draco, thank you for the follow to the stream. But that thing of, you would think that they would first translate it, from Chinese to English, and then from English translate it to other countries, to Spanish, to French, to Italian, to all those other languages. Because going from English to Italian or Spanish to English, those are usually much easier. Again, there's a lot of nuances in a lot of the Asian languages. But there are just enough similarities. For example, again, like translating something to Spanish, now it's so much easier to take it to Portuguese, to Italian, to French, to Romanian. When you translate something from Chinese, because of their use of kanji, it's actually not as difficult to translate that and take it to Japanese, to then take that to Korean. There are certain, things here and there that make them easy to translate from one to another than, say, again, going from like Chinese to Spanish. That being said, again, it's really interesting because you would think that they would just give the French translation team the English one. And there's got to be there would definitely be someone there who can translate English to French. But they're instead given the Chinese script. And That is very, very stupid. I don't know why they did that. I could not tell you why they did that. But I guess the idea is, well, we don't have to hire a person. Just put it through AI. And that just fucking kills me too, because really, you guys don't want to pay one more fucking person. Come on. I fucking hate it. Strikes me as we have other priorities here, reuse an asset and move on. Yeah, exactly. When it comes to the chair lady. But yeah. When it comes to translation stuff, it's fucking stupid. It's really stupid. And unfortunately, and I was gonna lead into this, unfortunately, if they do this for other languages too, my theory is that they do this for languages that they don't have to dub. So like, there's no French dub. So they don't have to worry. As long as they get the point across, it doesn't matter what the French is saying, or the Russian localization, or the Portuguese. Because the characters aren't speaking in Portuguese, there's no Portuguese dub to worry about. So they don't have to worry about making what they say coherent as long as it gets the point across. And I hate that. Because I feel like if I'm still reading a translated script, it should still sound like something somebody fucking wrote. Like, people actually talk like this kind of thing. I don't understand. That's why you hear about, like, awkward translations when people write things literally. Like, that's why we have localizers and not just translators. Because when you translate certain things, they sound fucking, like, certain things just completely, like, piece by piece, it sounds dumb. I can see the direct AI translation making sense if you're working under a time crunch, but I don't see that here where the production's long-running scheduled thing. They should have been able to make time for quantity. If they can get the... It's hard to say. I do know that for a fact they're usually a year ahead of schedule. So like right now, while we're dealing with Amphorius, they're writing 4.0 and onward. And in the time that they're writing those scripts, unless they're really worried about that stuff leaking, which we already know with Hoyo Games, they have a bad case of leaks, that they're only giving people the scripts as it gets closer to time to record, to make sure that as little information comes out as possible. But like, we already have some, if you take them with a grain of salt, obviously, and we're not going to discuss them too hard, but like, we already have some leaks about what's going to be going on in 4.0. And how did that get out? But it's because it's within the company that people are leaking this information.
Ultimately, it's region specific, mostly means the French ones couldn't be bothered, or their translator thought they'd get away with it and was incredibly stupid about it, which is incredibly common for AI users.
Yeah,
they're kind of stupid and AI makes it worse. Already studies on how dumb AI makes you.
Yep, it goes back to hubris.
The smell is... Wait, don't go in yet.
Okay. I think I know what's happening.
Yep.
Who's there?
Yeah, it's not ours.
Oh, the little gray fry and pink sea hair.
A little gray fry and pink sea hair. Why does she speak like that?
Oh, the little gray fry and pink sea hair.
That you heard it.
Oh, the little gray fry and
the little God. The little moments where her accent slips. And again, the over enunciation of the R's.
Who's there? Oh, the little gray fry and pink sea hair.
Oh my god, the art here is so pretty. Claire will be weak.
Super pretty wallpaper.
Oh yeah, no, very, very pretty. I'll go right here.
Also, what do you mean sea hair?
Yeah, that's an interesting, sea hair.
There are no rabbits in the sea and you know it.
Little sea hair? You barged into here without warning.
Was it an accident, or did you wish to bathe with me?
What's on her shoulders? On her hand? Like, is it supposed to be like smeared blood, or like what's on her? Why are you here? I didn't see anything. What are you doing here?
Can't tell the difference between past and future waters. This has always been my home.
Probably blood. She has scales, but those aren't scales.
Yeah. And she only has scales on her cheek.
Sorry, we didn't mean to disturb your bath. We'll leave now.
Yet.
It's no big deal. There's no need to panic. This is the natural state for me. People on land force themselves to wear clothes, adding unnecessary constraints. Forget it. If Duck's Goldweaver heard that, she'd scold me again.
We are always naked under the sea.
It's no big deal.
Well, yet.
Hold on.
It's no big deal.
Okay.
Honestly, it would be weird if they weren't.
Yeah. Because they would just cling to them. It wouldn't do anything. I saw it as maybe stylized wet hair. Yeah, I can see that. But it's just, it
makes swimming way harder.
It looks smeared is the thing.
It's no big deal. There's no need to panic.
There's no need to panic. That is... Her delivery is... I need to know what was going on in this booth.
It's no big deal. There's no need to panic. This is the natural state for me. People on land force themselves to wear clothes, adding unnecessary constraints.
Because the thing is, though, I know this actress can act. She played Medion in fucking 14. And that and the end by proxy, the end singer. She can act. But something about her voice here, aside from the fact that she's holding her accent, is so weird.
Can't tell the difference between past and future waters.
Waters?
This has always been my home.
Waters? First off, I know that like mostly it's only people from Jersey that say water.
I think it's funny how you can gauge when lines were recorded by how comfortable she feels with the voice.
Yeah. Past and future waters. Like, I'm gonna be real with you. The whole like water, like with a D instead of a T. First off, some people say that that's the true way that water is supposed to be pronounced. You don't say water. It's water. We say water. But funnily enough, most of the states at least say it wrong. They say water. They say water. They kind of put that little bit of emphasis in the T that doesn't need to be there. Because they see a T there. That being said, the fact that she's saying water, she's putting too much emphasis on the D.
Her lines last patch and then at the start of this one were super forced. These ones are still kinda weird, but she has a much better handle on making the words flow.
Mm-hmm. It's just very interesting.
Can't tell the difference between past and future waters. This has always been my home.
And again, in some cases, this is like, there's no need to panic. Like, it's, I don't know.
Forget it. If Duck's Goldweaver heard that, she'd scold me again.
She'd scold me again.
All right. Please make yourselves comfortable and wait a moment.
Comfortable.
Let me first wash off the blood of the hunt, and then I'll attend to you two.
So it is blood. Okay. The hunt, blood. I'm telling you, I keep hearing it.
All right. Please.
All right.
Haha, yet.
There's the British, and then comfortable. It's just, if you want to over-announce anything, that's comfortable. But it's normally just comfortable. Make yourselves comfortable.
All right. Please make yourselves comfortable and wait a moment.
Comfortable. Ah, I'm such a bitch. I'm not saying her voice is bad. It's just really funny when I find these. She keeps a neutral tone for the most part, but when she goes deep, she goes deep. It's striking.
All right. Please make yourselves comfortable and wait a moment.
Comfortable.
Let me first wash off the blood of the hunt, and then I'll attend to you two.
Very...
Yes, she says words with British English emphasis but with a faux American accent, and it's funny.
Listen, maybe the character has a minor stutter. Bobby Chaos countdown in 10. I don't know what's going on, but okay. No, the character doesn't have a stutter. She has, funnily enough, not stuttered a single time. The problem is, when she speaks like this. And when she does that, it seems like she's over-enunciating everything in terms of her wording. And it's very, very, forced. And maybe that is the direction that she is given, which makes everything seem a little awkward. Again, as you just said, when I said a little awkward, it's because those are the little moments where her British accent comes out, because she is putting on an American one. And Dark Nick, I'm going to fucking time you out if you keep spamming in my fucking chat. You have been warned. Keeping an eye on you. I'm keeping an eye on you.
The bread is here! Can you
Dark
believe
Nick,
it? They were just about to
with
throw
the
all this
5
away!
gifted
What a
subs.
waste!
Thank you, but please next time, reconsider if you want to spam in my chat. I don't mind countdowns, but when you start being the silly willy, I will bonk you, regardless. Thank you. Anywho,
Hee.
High ceilings squeaky. Like, again, I'm not gonna act like I'm like perfectly imitating her to a T. I am also, but that is what I hear when I hear her talk. That's how I hear it. We're gonna, whenever we finish this and we talk to Scylla in our little chat about this stuff, I genuinely want to hear their opinion on High Ceilings' performance. I have a feeling it's going to be along that line of it's kind of awkward, but it grows on you, and maybe that's where I'll end up as well. But right now, it's just too hard not to hear it. It's like with Hyacinth. All right, the hunt, blood. The hunt? Oh.
The delegate from Ladon has been assassinated. Quick! Quick, someone come quick!
Oh, that's why we found a dead guy in the bath. That was the delegate from Ladon.
I'm kind of there. It's pretty bad at the start, but I'm kind of okay with it when it doesn't sound as insanely forced.
Like the old guy we saw dead in the
Ha ha
bath.
ha.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
That's the dude from the story that spoke up. That's funny. That's such a little detail that if you don't think about it, you're not gonna see.
That's incredible.
Ah, the broken crab shell surfaces. I was worried it had been washed away by the current.
It was you,
and we
wasn't
found it too. You have to explore a bit to find it.
Yeah. It was you, wasn't it? Nice visual foreshadowing. You're a vicious fish. I'll inform the guards.
Viciousness is a form of praise to the blade.
I see. No wonder there was a faint smell of rust in the air before I even entered. Why? Is it because the Ladonians refused to contribute troops to the Flame Chase journey? Or just because they offended the Imperator?
Because the new era of the Flame Chase doesn't tolerate stagnant blood. For the ignorant masses who cling to outdated laws, only bloodletting can wake them up.
The ignorant masses who cling to outdated laws.
Because the new era of the Flame Chase doesn't tolerate stagnant blood. For the ignorant masses who cling to outdated laws, only bloodletting can wake them up.
Okay.
Right now, the rebel forces on the frontier are rising, and Layden has been secretly supporting them. They loudly chant the slogan, "Return to the Aerocracia." Unwilling to relinquish military power. They're just building momentum for the rebellion. Right now, the rebel forces on the frontier are rising, and Layden has been secretly supporting them. They loudly chant the slogan, "Return to the Aerocracia."
The Aerocracia. Yep. Fair. I reserve judgment on this. It seems too extreme for me to accept. I reserve judgment.
Thinking is a right given to citizens by the Imperator. I won't interfere with your thoughts. As long as you don't try to reverse the current of the times, you and I will both be free.
But Miss Hycelan's...
Nourishing.
I can't even hear the slightest hint of joy in your words.
Because I've already tasted ultimate freedom. Long, long ago, I lived in the sea. In that lightless abyss, far beyond civilization's reach, the great fish consumed the small. And when the great fish perished, their bodies became sustenance for the newborn, nourishing the whole ocean. This is the tide that carries civilization forward. Anyone may be devoured, or meet the fate of inevitable decay.
Are you suggesting that ultimate freedom is in fact the cruelest fate for life?
I only mean that if life wishes to preserve its dignity, it must first be bound by the law. There's no need for me to say more, little sea hare. We're of one mind. Whether the Imperator's law can guide the schools of fish and lead us to a truly free ocean, let us wait and see. But for now, let's pause this heart-to-heart. Another fish has come, following the scent of blood.
Being your subordinate is such a tragedy. I'm always having to worry about the messes you leave behind.
It's simply our duty to the Imperator.
All ready to go in an instant. Miss Hycelan's, you truly are impossible to predict.
I love young Aggie.
Wait a fucking minute. God, I hate that I noticed just after we left the fucking cinematic, like, the image. Her body is not reflected in that image. So you see how, like, at least from the start of the bust, at least down to, like, around where her hips would start, or, like, around her pelvic area, she's got that, like, ribby...
So it's a weird thing. Her back isn't watery, but her tummy and bust are.
Yeah. But the thing is, though, it's see-through. It's see-through. That's why you can see her ribs. Okay, so, like, how about this? I'll do you one easier, guys. Hold on. This is me being incredibly nitpicky, but I had just noticed it, and now it's actually bothering me. It's a good thing I took the screen cap. So, this is what we just saw. What we were just looking at. And now look at Hycelan's. And we know that she is wearing, for the most part, I think, like, a backless... I don't know, I have to look at her model. I have to wait till we can see her model, but, like, look. Because you can even see, like, a little bit of her titty. And we're not getting that, like, her chest doesn't have that. That, like, that part just, like, it's slightly covered by the water, but there's still just enough. If you go to where her shoulder is, you can see that little bit of her bust that isn't quite covered by her hair. And it's not this. God. I need to know how siren anatomy works here.
Yep. Mostly I mean that even on her model, her back has skin, only from up front is it see-through. It doesn't make sense, but is how they do it.
Yeah, okay.
Yet you, a golden trout who's always busy all day, suddenly have the time to visit me?
Do you think I wanted to come? I suggest you burn some more of the incense offered by our allies, lest my creations be tainted by the reek of fish.
Bitch, your pussy stank. Yo, High Ceilings stinky confirmed. She's stinky. She's stinky. Oh, let me take the picture off. High Ceilings stinky confirmed. She's stinky. If you want me to pass it along to look at closer. Yeah, maybe if yeah, I can pass it. Let me put it in our stream chat.
But wow, I adore how animated Aggie's voice is here.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, there it is. The thing. Yeah, no, her back has skin. But, like... So her back has skin. But yeah, from her booba to her pelvis, it's see-through. It's hard to say though too, because there's part of, like, because she's clothed.
Yeah, no idea where the skin starts on the sides.
Yeah. So weird. Okay. Also technically spoilers, so I'll save it. Yeah, no worries. Oh yeah. Let me delete that. Yeah, let me delete that. Let me delete that. There we go. But yeah. That is so okay. And then let me I can remove the image from my thing now. There we go. But yeah, High Ceilings is stinky, confirmed. She's like, I can't stand being around you. You fucking stink. Lest my creations be tainted by the reek of fish.
I'm only here on the Imperator's behalf to remind you to prepare for the banquet.
Fine. But I must retort. What you call the reek of fish, to me, is the unique fragrance of the sea.
You're stinky. Yeah, no, her booba looks see-through. And I know, because people have, like, made YouTube shorts about her model, and, like, the reason they, like, you know, sculpted her entire rib cage and everything is because so that you can see on every angle, for people that like to fuck around with your cameras. And you call the reek of fish, it's unique.
Meanwhile, his lens like, wow, rich coming from people where everything smells like monkey.
Just like, you all wear the piss and musk of animals and call that fragrance.
Besides,
bitch smell like brine.
If my clothes get stained, won't you just give me new ones?
I won't.
She's like, just for that? No. You can keep those stanky clothes, and I won't make you any new ones.
Also noticed a thing with her water tummy thing.
Mm-hmm. The girls are fighting! They seem pretty close. There's a strange chemistry between them. Galia is so different from her past self.
Her underbust has a dark strip over it.
Is that how friendship is described beyond the sky?
That isn't the clothes.
Yeah.
By the way, you both just mentioned a banquet. Could you elaborate on that?
Oh, right, you don't know. Every time
Yeah, that
before
band,
or
like, it's like under the rib.
victory, the Imperator holds a grand feast for the Chrysos heirs to lift our spirits.
Hey, Fusion Wave.
Some kind of marking. Neat.
Yeah, it's like right on. It's like right on the lower bit of her boobie.
For us warriors who swim constantly between life and death, these feasts are more worth looking forward to than victory.
A banquet to prelude the hunt for the god of banquets.
God Cyrene
And
is
honey
tiny.
brew as a
Yep.
tribute to commemorate the ancestor of honey brew. How absurd.
Don't look so grim. All has been decided. Since it's a banquet for Fagusa, why not take a leaf out of the Titan's book? Live in the moment and enjoy life to the fullest.
I'm not as carefree as you. That little Dolos kitten is already causing enough trouble for me. And on top of that, I still have tailoring commissions to complete.
Cypher. I don't know if it'll ever not irk me that they constantly pronounce it Imperator and not Imperator. Yeah, that's another
Latin.
thing. One second. Let me...
Imperator is how we say it today, but they're pronouncing it like you would in Latin.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Just give me 1 second. What is going on here?
Dia, I caught up. She's talking about Cypher. That's adorable.
Oh, yeah.
Calls her a little Dolos kitten.
Yeah. 1 second. I'm just looking at the announcement that Deco posted, and he apparently doesn't understand the letter. And it pretty much comes down to, yeah, we don't want to take you on as a customer because we looked into your credit history and found that we don't wanna. Your credit history sucks. Your credit score sucks. Your credit sucks. You suck. And we don't want to give you a deal. That seems pretty self-explanatory to me. But it says here, your credit score was not available from Experian on August 12, 2015, because they may not have enough information about your credit score history. So it's more so that they don't have the information that the information that they're asking for, they're not able to get from the credit union or the consumer reporting agency. So they can't make the decision to take Deco on until they have that information. 1 second. We're sorry you did not complete your order and look forward to fulfilling your needs in the near future. Reminder of this letter is required by law to inform you. Yeah, they're by law supposed to tell you why they had to reach this. And that when you inquired about their devices and services, we're unable to locate a credit score when we made our decision. Spectrum requested information from Experian, our consumer reporting agency. The decision was made solely by Spectrum. Experian will not be able to provide you with any information relating to Spectrum's decisions. So if he calls Experian, they will be like, sorry, we can't tell you. What they asked was his credit score. They explain what a credit score is, just in case the consumer doesn't know. And what affects it. And that they couldn't get it. And that the reason they look for this is because if it's a good credit score, they offer you a deal. They can offer you better deals and be more forgiving. And if it's not, they don't. Yeah, so... But they already made T-Mobile make me pay them. I don't know about that part. Said no to me joining them, but they already made T-Mobile make me pay them. I don't think they would have made him pay T-Mobile. You owe T-Mobile money. You owe T-Mobile money, hun. If what I was understanding was correct, he owes them money. Either way. Be smart with your money, guys. Don't be stupid.
By the time the cool flame illuminates my eyes, I might not be able to focus as I used to.
Glaya's eyes.
Curious about these eyes? People often compare them to jewels. But I've already made my decision to ask romance for eyes that can see everything.
Before the time the core flame illuminates my eyes, I might not be able to focus as I used to. So right now she can see, is what I'm getting. She can see right now. Or that maybe she can't see as well. I don't know.
Sounds like she can see, but she's losing it.
Yeah. People often compare them to jewels, but I've already made my decision to ask romance for eyes that can see everything.
I wonder what this world will look like when I take the divine authority.
In the future, you will still be the finest weaver in the world.
Is this also a prophecy from the Three Fates?
It's even more accurate than a prophecy. After all, she has already witnessed it, right?
Yeah, they don't have access to the thingy palace place. But none of them have ascended to proper demigods. Well, we assume Treeby did, but if Treeby hasn't, then... If Treeby hasn't surrendered the core flame and is still holding it, then that proves me right. That I was right. That Treeby split upon Trebios leaving Yanisopolis. If none of them have surrendered their core flames, and Treeby is still holding Yanis's, and like Saridra is holding on to Talantans, and Aglaya has amnestias, if none of the core flames have been surrendered, and they're technically not true demigods, then that means I was right and that Treeby split upon leaving Yanisopolis, not upon giving back the core flame. This is what I mean by they don't freaking just say shit! You will weave the most romantic thing in the world. You will forge the long... You will bathe in the golden light of hope.
Become a demigod and lose your humanity. That is the only reply I've received in the countless times I've sought wisdom from the prophecy. But Destiny's fragments are like stitches. Before they're threaded into splendid garments, no one can see their true charm, can they?
I assume Treeby has and managed to use a sentry gate to act as a sanctum, but who knows? Again, it's hard to say. Because again, it's not that they can't get into the sanctum, it's that they can't give the core flame to the basin. It's that the basin's not accepting the core flame because Fagusa's not letting it happen.
Aglaya has always been troubled by the divine duty she must bear. But thanks to you, she seems to be in much better spirits.
That's quite real. Do you know each other well?
Just as she knows how the spinning wheel trembles, I can sense the smallest changes in the damp air. As for whether we know each other well, I've swum beside her since she was a child. Most of the time, I can understand the whispers in her heart.
Okay. So she's childhood friends with Aglaya.
For those words she was too shy to say herself, I'll raise a glass to you on her behalf. Now, I leave this bath chamber to you. Rest well and prepare yourselves. After all, every time we drink and talk could be the last celebration we have in this life.
Miss High
Thank you, Alna. Hello.
Chamber. It seems she really does do whatever she wants.
No, we don't have to be under the Imperator's watchful eye. This bath chamber was originally mine. We're just her roommate.
It seems that way. This also means she could return at any moment. If we're having an important discussion, we must remain vigilant. So, let's seize the opportunity and report our current progress. We don't want to keep everyone beyond the sky waiting.
First, why that little empress with a candle stuck on her head didn't explicitly say it, she firmly rejected your request to take over the law. Fair enough.
Empress with the candle stuck on her head.
Second, Lygus is indeed in this timeline. But since he's somehow connected to that little empress...
Herta is the best.
I love her.
As expected. The road ahead will be long and difficult.
Again, just those little...
Oh god, that tut.
Yep.
Amazing.
Again, I'm telling you, freaking PJ is amazing. I fucking love her. Again, she has the cadence and just the natural charm that only an industry veteran that has been doing this for as long as she has. She has this almost Disney whimsy that you do not hear anymore. There is just a rhythm,
right,
and a beat and a cadence to everything that is so good.
The road ahead will be long and difficult.
Like, again, they did such a good fucking casting for Herta. Anyone who says that Herta's English voice is not good does not understand good voiceover. Holy shit.
And she even manages to put a melody to Herta's bored apathy.
Yeah, no, she does so fucking well. I would love to meet her. Herta's my favorite character. She has the ego to surround herself with her own image and the ability to back it up. And yeah, her VA is just awesome, especially since you know without seeing whether she's speaking as the doll or the real person. Oh yeah. The road ahead will be long.
that was super cute.
She has this thing where when she's talking as the Herta...
I did the first option.
Yeah. I haven't even said anything and you already know everything. Next time, don't steal my lines. Tis, the road ahead will be long and difficult. Like, when it comes to like, the Herta and the Herta dolls, when it comes to the Herta dolls, obviously, they're lighter, a lot higher, and there's
just a bit of roboticness to how she speaks, where there can still be a lot of emotion. But at the same time, there's just those little bits of kind of hardness at the beginning and the end that comes off like maybe even a computer. Like, am I doing it right, correctly?
It's also fun. The Herta dolls are also more bitingly sassy.
Oh yeah, the doll person from the tutorials? Yeah. So, the way I've heard doll Herta, again,
it comes off like this. And I'm not quite there, but there are just moments where you can hear the hard start and hard end of her sentences, but still have that little bit of, I am not exactly a person. I am a puppet. I am a doll. I am a robot. But look at how expressive I can still be and have that little twinge of something is not quite organic with how you're speaking.
You get it? And Herta, the Herta, does not have that.
And also you're stupid and should feel stupid.
And you're stupid, and you should feel stupid, because you're stupid!
The real person, ironically enough, is more detached. But yeah, that little thing that I just did right now has been my studies of Herta and how PJ performs her. Is it good? Probably not, but there's something there. We're figuring out what makes Herta Herta in terms of her voice.
Yeah.
I haven't even said anything yet, and you already know everything?
It's all just a guess. What? Did I guess right?
Huh.
We've made some progress here too, but nothing to get
I love this line.
Our time is short, so
she's so pleased.
Yep, she's like, oh shit, did I guess right? Fuck yeah, of course I did. I'm a genius.
Concerning the origin of that Intellitron, the firewall he created uses Katorzane algebraic expressions. But ever since Aiden invented the 9-worded formula, this kind of mathematical logic no longer exists in the cosmos.
Okay, they put a different effect, like, immediately.
That curling rise is so cute.
What? Did I guess right?
Yeah.
It's all just a guess. We've made some progress here too. Concerning the origin of...
They decided to put in another voice effect halfway through. That's funny.
Lygus is definitely connected.
Never mind, it's gone. That is so weird.
We've made some progress here too. Lygus is definitely... We've made some... It's all just... We've made some progress.
Those are all the same effect.
Concerning the origin of that Intellitron, the firewall he created uses Katorzane
That is so interesting.
I assume that's to say it was a recorded message?
Maybe? I don't know. Definitely connect... Lygus is definitely connected to the Genius Society, so stay alert.
So stay alert.
Maybe he's a creation of some genius.
It was more robotic sounding than everything else she said.
Yeah, I feel like it. What my guess is if the audio engineer has presets for certain things, effects, so that it's a lot easier to process people's recordings, they accidentally put in the wrong one.
We can first exclude Droidhead themselves. They specialize in minding their own business and wouldn't intervene personally. But Screwy and I are still eliminating possibilities one by one. Currently, the most likely candidates are these few. The Lord of Silence, Acha. Oh, the 2 Ruperts are also possible. But it would be too boring if it were one of them.
Lord of Silence. I feel like we've heard of that. We've heard of them before. Acha. So 423. Oh, Olga? Yeah. Okay. My tummy hurts. I gotta go to the bathroom really quick. I will be right back.
Lord of Silence is Polka Kakamond.
Oh, Polka. I heard Olga. I was like, what? Okay, sure. Okay, I gotta use body. Alrighty, okay. That was a little longer than I would have liked, but my Tommy was being real bumbly. Okay, so...
And yet, for reference, we already know out of character that Lygus is not Polka Kakamond, because Lygus has noted the isolation of Amphorius from the rest of the cosmos is so Polka doesn't find out and summarily execute him.
Yeah.
He's entirely aware she could and would murder him if he's discovered, so she's definitely not involved.
Yeah. Okay, I forgot that Polka Kakamon was the Lord of Silence. Alright. Let's see. First, exclude droid heads. They specialize in minding their own business. Even you can't come up with an accurate answer? Finally, we'll get to face off with some big names. The Ruperts are also possible, but it would be boring if it were one of them.
I've told you, his technology is both outdated and complicated, no less than genius. But ultimately, he's not an Eon. We can handle him. That's all I have to say. We'll depend on you to continue pushing things forward within this world. Keep in touch regularly. And remember, don't let your guard down.
In your defense, Polka kind of makes it a point to that as few people know about Polka as possible.
Madame Herta is a real whirlwind. Well then, let's use the banquet Aglaya mentioned as our next starting point. Ceridra's trusted followers should all be present at that time. It'll be a good opportunity to get closer to them.
We must avoid direct confrontation with Lygus. We'll operate carefully when the time
Settled
comes.
then. With our great teamwork, we'll be able to deal with anything that comes our way.
Let's have some tea.
It's been a long day. We should get some rest now.
Rest well and get ready for the banquet. I don't feel like resting yet. No,
Yes,
this is right.
let's get ready for the banquet. Look, the venue's right ahead.
Imperator's Grove of Epiphany.
Weird place for a banquet.
Very.
And I can even hear singing. It feels so
Circe's
romantic.
throne.
Yeah.
Honored guests, wait here for a moment. You must surrender any personal belongings you have on you before entering the venue.
This hero always brings down the vibe whenever he shows up.
The Imperator's elevated position means she must always remain meticulous and careful. Please do as I say, guests. It would avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings.
Another of those despot things, holding a banquet on sacred ground.
Is it really necessary to confiscate the books and quill pens?
Even a quill pen can become a deadly weapon in the right hands. I'm asking
Just to flex that you conquered a people.
all, Miss Cyrene.
Yeah.
Your belongings will remain safe. They will be looked after appropriately by dedicated staff.
Looked after appropriately? Dedicated staff? Talk about a vague choice of words. It seems like he's aiming specifically for the chronocognitive anchor. What should we do?
We should have left it home. Go with their plan and hand it to him. What does your gut tell you? Not good. This is a trap. What does your gut tell you?
My gut feeling, huh? Why don't we go with their plan and hand over the chronocognitive anchor to be looked after? After all, if the little Imperator is paying this much attention to you, she probably already knows all about our whispered conversation with the geniuses. I can pretty much guess what'll happen next. But that's actually gonna be our shortcut, right?
Guests.
Alright, we'll listen to you. Here you go. Also, please pass on a message to the Imperator from us. She can trust my friend, anywhere, anytime.
Thank you for your cooperation. The Imperator has some urgent business she needs to attend to and will arrive shortly. Why don't you head in with the other guests first and enjoy the feast?
Isn't Ceridra supposed to be the focus of the banquet? But she's not even here. Why is it so difficult to talk to her?
Optional, enjoy the banquet with the other Chrysos heirs. Enjoy with Hycelans.
Is there anything else we can help you with, dear guests? Or do you want me to recount the great Imperator's heroic deeds?
Hey, Labinas. I managed to get some honey brew that the scholars hid in the cellar. Wanna try it?
Wouldn't this be considered getting drunk on duty? I want some too.
This banquet has a never-ending flow of honey brew. You're welcome to try it and see whether our drinks are as good as those from beyond the sky.
Thank you for the offer, but we're more interested in knowing when the Imperator will be back.
The Imperator? Who knows? Maybe she's hiding somewhere, thinking up weird ideas again. If you ask me, she's never treated us soldiers properly, even though we put our necks on the line for her.
Hey, I can't pretend I didn't hear that, Seneca. Either retract your statement or duel me.
Fine by me. Attendant, bring us 10 more jars of honey brew. I'm gonna make sure he can't even stand straight by the end of this.
You wish. Be careful you don't get drunk first.
Actually, there are so many people, we wouldn't be able to find the Imperator even if she were here. I know. Let's look for seats that are raised up higher than others.
I'm gonna go check on Aglaya and Treeby last.
Hello. Welcome to the
Make sure not to talk to his lens first then.
Yeah. No, I'm talking to the other ones first. A lively party.
Ah, so the Deliverer is attending this event, as expected. Little Virginia here was just wondering whether she should go find you.
As the great Imperator's historian,
His lens in the
I'm
objective,
responsible for
so yeah,
composing
do
poems
her
and
last.
songs for everyone
Yeah.
in the Flame Chase army. But I have no idea how I should record myself in the annals.
Little Virginia is wondering whether you can let slip a hint or two about her future, so she can find some inspiration to write about herself.
That doesn't sound like a good idea. Besides, we don't even know her in the future. But she'll probably get really disappointed if we tell her that. What should we do?
Tell her bluntly that we can't do that. Give a roundabout refusal. Make up a white lie. Like, we don't fucking know her. What lie are we giving?
All right, I got it. We can't reveal too much, but I think it wouldn't hurt to start your poem with the future. Maybe use something like, with hope, I write down the tale of tomorrow for myself. Silently waiting, day after day, till the moment it fulfills its promise. How's that?
Oh, that's exactly what I'm after. I'm so inspired. Thank you so much.
I'm so inspired.
I can actually finish composing the heroic saga of Flame Chase once we end this campaign.
Polonius nodded, showing approval of your answers. Pretty good for some improv. That line of yours is quite versatile.
And that's the art of conversation. I learned it from you, after all. So, how did I do? By the way, in return for that, are you able to tell us where the Imperator is?
The Imperator? She usually wouldn't arrive this early. She believes that rulers should stay silent in places where their subjects hold private conversations. Why don't we have a toast before she arrives? To reason, which is held but not revealed.
To romance, which will surely be returned.
Ready? And Treeby and Naglaya. Your honey brew, make sure no one's heard that. We're ready to talk.
Aggie, if you can't get used to the honey brew, we will go ask for a pot and cook some oatmeal for you.
No need for that. This banquet is just too loud. And nothing and no one here is interesting. I just don't really want to be here.
Lies! You were pretty energized when you came back from the bath chamber. Let me guess. Are you worrying about someone? About High Sealins? Or Little Cypher? You take everything too seriously. At this rate, life's gonna be real tough for you later on.
You're the least qualified to lecture me about that, teacher.
Are you hesitating?
Dear guests, are you here for us? I mean, are you here for Treeby or Aggie?
No. I'm just wondering whether you've seen the Imperator.
The Imperator? No, we haven't.
Our sovereign has always acted however she pleases. Though she gave us ranks, she'd never tell anyone her whereabouts. Perhaps the only thing she tolerates are chess pieces. And the sky reflected upon her crown.
I see.
Why do you two look so distressed? That's not what the deliverer should look like. Why don't we have a toast? While we still have time for pleasure. Here. To the destinies and sacrifices of the next millennium.
Then we will toast to the tomorrow that will set fate free.
Cheers. Gray fry. A little sea hare.
Called it. Oatmeal suits us way better than honey brew.
Ooh. Please give me a bowl as well, teacher.
Gray fry. A little sea hare. Please come over and share the delicacies of the deep sea with me.
You sound so enthused.
Is it really necessary to campaign against the Titans?
The follow-up line from Aggie and Tribs is fun.
Yeah, no, I heard it too. He's like, yeah, no, we like oatmeal more. The fact that Treeby canonically brought oatmeal. She's just hacking her. She's just freaking carrying around a thing of Quaker oats.
Oatmeal suits us way better than honey brew.
Ooh. Please give me a bowl as well, teacher.
Also, it's because Aggie's getting sick.
You two have been wandering around the venue as if you have something on your mind. Have the attendants not taken care of you well?
No, we love it here. It's just... we're a little concerned, seeing how the Imperator still hasn't arrived.
Don't worry. I know what you've been waiting for. Come, sit with me for a while, will you? I'd like to share a personal secret with you.
Okay.
See here? This is Fagusa's dew of divine blood. The sweetest of all the 12 bottles.
The 12 bottles. Okay. We're getting a look at her now through this. So yeah, according to the art here, this is skin. Somewhere around where the bones start, where this chest piece starts, there is translucent siren goo. But it seems to end around, like, there's, like, around her pelvis. You guys can't see my pointer. But, Actually,
Yeah, looks like she has some side boob skin in the least.
Yeah, you guys can't see my cursor in the game. But looking at like, if you look at where her hips are or where her waist is, that like pinkish dot area, there's like that silvery thing right there. That's probably where the translucenty part ends. It's very weird. It's very weird. They're really going all in on the VN art. Oh yeah. We've also just mostly been talking about Hycelin's like design in terms of like how the CGs portray her. And there's an artwork of her naked in the bath. Obviously you're looking at her from behind, so you don't really notice anything. Or you don't see anything, her like translucenty parts. But it's hard to discern where it starts. Maybe it starts like halfway, like you see where that one hair is like going against her boobie. Maybe that's where around where it generally starts, which is why you can get away with some boobie skin. But yeah, it's
This is Fagusa's dew of divine blood, the sweetest of all the 12 bottles.
The 12 bottles. The 12 bottles. Okay.
On the night before such a historical event, I'd like to share this marvelous drink with the deliverer.
I don't trust it.
Doesn't this count as bringing in outside food? I knew that security check was targeted at us.
Yeah, why does she have to bring outside food? Fagusa's dew of divine blood, the sweetest of all the 12 bottles. I still feel like if they had let her keep her British accent, like it would have been just so easy if like, this is Fagusa's dew of divine blood, the sweetest of all the 12 bottles. On the night before such a historical event, I'd like to share
Yet
this
I don't
marvelous
disagree.
drink.
I'd have let her keep the accent.
Yeah, just, I'd like to share this marvelous drink with the deliverer.
On the night before such a historical event, I'd like to share this marvelous drink.
Especially knowing she's childhood friends with Aggie.
Yeah.
This is Fagusa's dew of divine blood. What's the matter, guests?
The fucking random torn hole in the stockings, too.
Oh, we're simply overwhelmed by such an honor.
Are you worried that I might have poisoned the dew? Well then, let me prove my innocence. Are you worried that I might have poisoned the dew?
Hycelin's raises the goblet of honeydew to her lips, deliberately arching her back so you could watch the liquid's descent down her throat as she swallows.
See? It's completely safe.
I feel like Miss Hycelin's wants to talk to us about something. Why don't we go along with her for now?
Why does this game act like we're not of drinking age? We definitely are.
Minors shouldn't drink. I want a new cup for myself, and I'll gladly accept it. I want a new cup for myself.
You're a pretty sharp fish.
It's like, yeah, you could have easily not have fucked with yours, or it's something that doesn't affect you.
You're a pretty sharp fish.
Yeah, and
the drinking age in China is 18, and we're very clearly older than 18.
Yeah. The way she said that.
You're a pretty sharp fish.
Worry not. Honeydew's not alcohol. It won't get you
Stober.
drunk.
Honeydew is not alcohol. Get a new cup because, as we've established, Hycelin's is stinky. Worry not, honey. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry, Chinese censorship laws. This is not alcohol. We are not engaging in alcoholic depravity and drinking below the age or promoting the drinking of alcoholic beverages. This is honeydew. This is just water with honey. And then
It is brewed like a soda. It is even has a slight carbonation. It is honeydew, not alcohol. Okay. Sure. Sure. For sure.
Yet it's silly.
I started wondering if you can see the food she eats, drinks on her
Trailblazer
tummy.
is an adult, but sure.
On her tummy. It's the soul glad of Amphorius. Yeah, honeydew. And yeah, if her tummy, when she drinks and eats stuff, she doesn't have organs. Where does it go? Does she need to pee? Does she pee? Does she poop? Cause like, she's like a fish. Like those fish that you can see through. That don't, like she has no organs. What happens? What goes on in there? Maybe it's just acid instead of water. How does that... I need to understand her biology. I need to know. Something's wrong.
On the contrary, it can make your mind even sharper.
It's not alcohol. It's caffeine. The lesser, more the lesser, more socially acceptable drug. Except if you ask a doctor, they would say caffeine is just as bad. But Runaway isn't here right now, is he?
My headcanon is that she has tiny fish that come in out and nibble at the food in her belly like an aquarium. That's disgusting! People have made some interesting art with things she's ingested. Oh, the Vors! Oh, the Vor weirdos! No! 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 The Vor
But honestly, that would work. There are parasitical fish that do that.
I'm back. What are we talking about? Like how we digest food is any better. Yeah, but we don't have literal little fishies inside of our bellies, Toric, that when I ate my mashed potatoes and my ham, a little fishy doesn't come out of my intestine and is like, could have used a bit more gravy. Okay, I'm gonna go take this down and turn it into poop later. Like, that doesn't happen! That doesn't happen! It doesn't happen!
Worse are the butthole fish.
Yeah, what about the butthole fish? Could use more gravy. What about the butthole fish? You ever thought about the butthole fish? You don't want to think about the butthole fish. The what? No. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. The little having little fishies in her system is fucking weird. Cause like, how do you have to clean her like an aquarium? Like, you know how like when you have pet fish, you have to drain the aquarium every once in a while so you can give it like a little scrub down?
There are actual fish in the sea that swim into buttholes and just chill there, and there's nothing the host can do about it.
Yeah. Butthole fish sounds like a 90s music album. Yo, for real though, it kind of does. Is she a robot? No, she's a siren. She's a siren she's from the ocean, and I guess she's a siren. She's like a mermaid, and if her trailer is anything, she's also a princess, but I'm not sure about that. So a fish person, yeah. But again, she looks completely human aside from like her tummy. We don't know how that works, but her tummy is see-through. And you can see her like ribs and everything, but there's no organs. She's just like a little, like a jelly belly of goo. And there's no fish swimming in there. It's just bubbles. On the contrary, it can make your mind even sharper. The clay cup touches your lips in the blink of an eye. She is indeed the imperial blade of the Imperator and the swiftest swordmaster in Amphorius.
Please have a taste. Would you like some too, little sea air?
I can drink it myself.
How is it? Sweet enough?
It also might not be goo but translucent skin, which is to say, no, you can't drink her belly.
How is it? Sweet enough?
Where are the bubbles from? Is it her farts?
How is it? Sweet enough?
See, that wasn't a bad delivery. I like that.
How is it? Sweet enough?
Like, no, she's got bubbles in there. It's water. It's like a goo. I want to drink her. Not with that attitude. You can't drink her belly.
Oh, I don't know about the bubbles. Mostly I assume she has skin over it. It's just translucent.
Yeah, no, I think there is skin there and that she's translucent. It's that there's nothing inside. It's just this goo and her rib cage.
You noticed, she's also bioluminescent.
Yeah, my main issue is that she doesn't seem to have organs. You've heard of Gamer Girl bathwater. Now we have Hycelin's belly water.
Calm at times, tempestuous at others. That's the taste of the ocean. It'll do you good to understand Fagusa's fickleness before we set off to face their waves.
Also, Grant, Aglaya confirmed that Hycelin's is stinky. That she's like, I don't want to keep making you clothes because you keep putting your stink on them. You keep putting your fish stink on them. And she's like, excuse me, Aglaya, that is not fish stink. That is the fragrance of the ocean. And it's like, you're stinky. You're stinky. She's a fish, of course she's stinky. Fish stink. Fucking lift up her armpits, you smell nothing but fucking bonito. Bonito ass pits. So fish piss and
But yet, I think this is another example of how we get character models from after they become demigods, that don't make as much sense for before.
Please don't. The armpit and Jory's were going enough. Listen, I've sailed in the Atlantic. It smells like ass. You try to eat her out, she'd be smelling like a fucking Pokeball. My stream is for adults. And I can't. Ever since Aglaya confirmed the Hycelin's is stinky, I can't.
Just like how you're about to understand the secrets within this dew.
The final words from Napoleon Bonaparte to his wife before heading back to Australia. Don't wash. Okay, sorry. That was disproven.
Now, please turn around. Very, very quietly. Don't make a single noise.
Pulls out the soap and an industrial hose. This summer I've been in both the Pacific and Atlantics. It all smells stinky with fish and Hycelin's. Yeah, even on the cruise, the smell of the ocean can be very... It's salty. It's kind of fishy. The Imperator, when did she? Lygus, Wait, what did you do?
The dew of other gods all intoxicate humans. But the god of banquets dew is an antidote that can awaken humans from a sea siren's enchanting song. Since the start of this banquet, all the guests have been under the spell of my song. None of them can see the Imperator in that Fioros.
Oh, and that's why Cyrene mentioned, like, oh, I can hear singing too. Which, funny enough, we don't hear any singing, because I don't know why, we just don't get to. None of them can see the Imperator in that Fioros. Okay. I hear it. Well, no, when we first came in, we didn't hear any vocalizations that could have sounded like singing. It sounded like a whale song in the background. Okay, I could give you that. I didn't hear that though. There it is. I hear it now. I mostly meant when we came in. I'm not sure if we heard the whale song around there. One second. Yeah, we can hear it now. Mostly talking about Hycelin's song, because we haven't heard her singing. But yeah, we know that she's also a siren. Start of the banquet, all guests have been under the spell of my song. None of them can see the Imperator and the Oros. From a sea siren's enchanting song. So she's been concealing them.
But you two, I wish for you to see the truth.
Is this also what the Imperator wants?
This is my personal request. I can't bring myself to trust that Fioros.
Hey, Blaster Cube. That might be her. If she's mostly goo, she might not need to use her mouth.
The Flame Chase army changed after he descended with Orynyx's divination and brought the prophecy of the stars to Akama. His seductive whispers harbor something malicious within and will ensnare those of us blinded by ambition. You are the deliverers of the prophecy and know about him far more than I do. Perhaps only you can find traces of the truth from his actions and words. Then we can show the Imperator the right path forward.
Oh, but isn't this acting behind her back?
Amphorius has become far too weak. Even heroic actions protecting her from harm must be conducted under the water's surface. I am the Imperator's blade, and I must clear the way for her while remaining concealed in the torrents. Then, ensure I'm pointing my sword towards the true enemy.
Can you promise me something, Miss Hycelins?
Ask away.
My friend has in fact come here to stop that villain's evil scheme. Our goals are aligned. But as to the decision the Imperator must make, she has no wish to transgress her authority. We just want to tell her everything we know. I believe the Imperator will be able to tell right from wrong.
I never doubted your loyalty. I'll pass your words faithfully on to her. Provided we can gain the advantage in this tug of war, that is.
How's she talking without lungs? Yeah, again, I don't know.
Now, return to the feast. Bring this cup with you and keep your distance. Pretend you are still immersed in the Sea Siren's Fantasia.
Sea Siren's Fantasia.
And I'll control the moisture in the air. That way, you'll be able to listen to sounds from afar as if you are a whale of the depths and hear every word of their conversation.
That sounds horrible. I want to dissect a dead member of her species and study the anatomy.
I wish you a victory in this first skirmish.
It's the exciting and thrilling undercover part of the adventure.
Hycelin's ceramic cup. An unassuming ceramic cup, plain in craftsmanship. At the wanton feast, its cold rim passed her honey brew to your lips, branding you with the sin of exile, yet bestowing a dream of clarity in return. The worth of a vessel lies in what it once held, and who once held it, just as blades earn legend by battle and heroes are remembered through sacrifice. Oh, the little things are whales! Dew of divine blood. Vegusa was said to have buried 12 bottles of fine vintage beneath the seabed, hoping to savor them 1,000 years later. But even as the black tide silenced the song of Chalice of Plenty, not a single drop had been uncorked. This bottle, sweetest of the 12 vintages, was brought ashore by the last surviving sea siren. So she's the last one. The divine power it holds can pierce through any fog. And I think we've gotten Nestia's Dew of Divine Blood as well. Yeah. Rare Amphorian fine wine. It is said to be brewed from crops nourished by the divine blood of each Titan. This particular bottle originates from the chrysalis of gold, Nestia of Romance. Okay.
Let's have a break.
Undercover mission. Eavesdrop on the Imperator's secret talks. I feel like this is also in itself a weird trap, but I have no idea.
Let's mingle in the crowds here. Relax. Relax. Try to act natural.
Where's the Imperator? Still not here. That little imp is always acting so high and mighty towards everyone. Today, I will. Whatever. Pour me another cup.
Though she has succumbed to drunkenness, she still does not dare challenge your authority.
A criticism of my height is a grave enough insult already. She should be dismembered.
An imp. Called her a fucking imp.
Do you often test the loyalty of your subjects like this?
As an introvert, I am not on board for hearing all conversations at this banquet all at once. Yeah, that sounds horrible.
You jest. The Imperator does not need blind loyalty. As long as one can prove they have value, I am willing to be lenient towards them. Let's cut to the chase, Theoros. If I pass the trial and grasp this world's law in my hands, what will you do then?
The answer is simple. I will connect Amphorius with the stars.
Don't waste my time. Be precise. Be specific. I won't ask a second time.
Allow me to adjust my statement. I will correct the regulations within the old law that sealed off Amphorius and merge the black tide with the torrents of Era Nova.
I'm gonna lower the sound effects just a little bit.
We will be able to decimate the forces beyond the sky that are trying to annihilate Iron Tomb and sound the trumpet for the endless campaign you will then embark on.
But you previously said that Iron Tomb is unrivaled in power across the stars. Who would dare to annihilate it?
There is a federation of warships named the Cienzo Alliance. Warlike and old-fashioned. A cult named the Genius Society. Loosely organized, but steeped in abject insanity. Oh, there's also the Astral Express. A group of lawless vagrants. That so-called Deliverer is part of that last group. Those vagabonds mistakenly believe they can connect the stars through alliances instead of conquest. But history has already given them a tough lesson.
No worries, Blaster. Enjoy your lurk.
There are countless other organizations besides, but when the Lord Ravager sweeps across the cosmos, they will certainly all bow before your empire of destruction.
The Acumen Alliance is invincible!
If those civilizations are not as feeble as you describe, then they may still have some value in testing the quality of my blade. That being said, even the smallest and weakest city-states should build an obelisk to the Imperator, so that their people can constantly recall the glory of her conquests. Walk a little longer with me, Theoros.
I don't like how this is going. Our little Imperator seems fascinated by the destruction.
Great fight. Little sea hare? It seems like they're still talking. Get closer. I'll keep carrying their voices to you.
Now I can kind of hear the vocals. And now I can hear the voice. I think when we first came, it took a while for it to come in.
What a difficult situation. No matter how we position our forces, this battle against Fagusa will result in many casualties.
That's not something you or I should consider. The Imperator has already placed the chess pieces. We just need to fight for her until our last breath.
How astonishing. The commanders under you have such different personalities, yet they share the same loyalty.
He's looking this way. Quick, do something and pretend we can't see them.
Chat with the guest next to you.
So, you have this super duper speedy rotation of destruction into Amphorius?
Oh. Huh? Oh, I got it. It's that thing, right? Oh. The one behind the research and development of this golden blood principle is Idonia's manager.
I love how it's like, this is not, honey brew is not alcohol. Why is everybody drunk?
Oh dear. Seems like you've met your match, partner.
I'm so full of inspiration right now. And I feel so light.
What's the matter?
My apologies. I was just checking whether everything was fine with those two distinguished guests of yours. And it seems like all is well. Let us continue our previous conversation regarding the soldiers fighting for you. Are they aware of the price they must pay for the trial of law? If I recall correctly, you've already lost a bout against Talanton due to offering insufficient sacrifices.
Well, I guess continuing his MO of telling the truth from a certain point of view. Yeah.
You dare mention my name alongside the word lost?
Forgive my transgression, great Imperator.
Watch your words and actions. All you need to know is that my victory in the trial is guaranteed. Even without the trial of law, they've already sworn to give their lives for my conquest. So tell me, if everything happens according to our agreement, how would you recommend I deal with that deliverer?
Good question. Do not let her fool you. That woman from beyond the sky contains a seed of ruin within her body. She must not be allowed to tarnish your glory. Therefore, the wisest decision would be to hand her over to me.
You plan to torture her?
Calling it experimentation would be more appropriate.
The guest's patience is running thin. I plan to remove the Fantasia and
Bitch, why you dissing the Stellaron? That's destruction. You should be glazing it.
Yeah, Brother Stellar hasn't done shit.
I will heed your advice. Leave for now, Theoros, and go back to Akama. You don't want to confront those two directly either, do you?
Indeed. It's a pity that Antikytherans are lightweights when it comes to drinking. Before I leave, I would like to make a toast to your boundless ambition, your using my spirit instead of a goblet.
As I expected, that Theoros' schemes have been revealed. Thank you for your bravery, guests. It's time for me to dispel the Fantasia. This will be the Imperator's last public address before we head off, and therefore, likely, the final.
Why would your
chance to
drinking capacity matter when it's super totally definitely not alcohol?
Yeah. Don't get it.
I will try to get you a chance to speak, and I'll also prepare for any contingencies. The rest is up to you.
Fall on their head, guys.
You should head back to your seats for now.
Turn to your seat and wait for your turn to speak to Saridra.
It's because you haven't had enough honey brew.
Yeah, the Delivire on those lines was good.
Sure wears off fast.
The Imperator! The Imperator has arrived!
No need for formalities. I should be apologizing for my tardiness instead.
Is this the first place without a Stellaron we go as far as we know for now? More or less, yeah.
The hour draws late, and I trust you have all had your fill of brews. Therefore, I will not observe the usual ceremonies. Any warrior who has fought by my side should have those speeches memorized by now.
The Imperator's word is law.
Yes.
Are you out of your mind, Dux Frigoris? The Imperator hates flattery most of all.
A joyous atmosphere is a better fit for showing me your resolve. I believe that you, my dukes, will do all you can to assist in the campaign against Fagusa, just as you always have. However, it's a pity that I have never tested your loyalty. What does she mean? The purpose of tonight's banquet is not to raise our morale, but to establish which allies our alliance can actually trust. And sever the heads of the traitors as a toast to all before we march. Yes, some among us have discarded their vows in order to foment vile conspiracies. Now listen! These traitors are standing right here in broad daylight. Dux Gladiorum Hycelans. She used the Sea Siren song to immerse the crowds in an illusion and conceal her whereabouts. She then worked with those from beyond the sky to spy on confidential matters, hoping to rob the core flame by force and harm me, the Imperator.
He's okay. He then worked. Y'all are neck deep in this. Yeah, no worries, Toriko. What's going on?
Imperator, I can explain.
Silence! Do you remember who used to own this blade? She met you once, back at the Temple of the Three Fates. It was Kindness, the head of the Cleaners. She was the first to draw a blade against the Imperator, and personally made herself an example for my enemies. Under the shade of the olive groves, the people of Akama said they would never bow to me. In the frozen, lethal fog, The people of Idonia said they would never bow to me. At the beginning of the myriad paths, the people of Yanisopolis said they would never bow to me. But now, they all lie silent.
Hello? Hi?
They now fear me as they fear the law. For I am Saridra, and I am the Imperator.
What the fuck was the leveling on that?
But now, they all lie silent. They now...
That was such weird mixing. Wow. That was so weird.
If you have any last words, say them to the Emperor.
So like, just saying, we can totally take them.
Yeah.
Then, face her judgment.
After I cross this river, it will be a tragedy for mankind. But if I do not cross, then it will be the end of me. If you are ready, then I'll follow you and fight to the last. Deliverer.
We must kill the Imperator. There's no other way. We must convince Saridra. Is that what they mean by the whole thing where it's like the Dux Gladiorum had killed her own Imperator?
That's right, friend. Now, use your identity and add in a bit of experience and charm and testify to the Imperator as we promised.
You think you can slay a king using your words instead of a sword? I'll have it. Show me the weight of rhetoric from beyond the sky. Will it weigh heavier than 3 human lives?
Let's try to watch our words carefully.
Start with a defiance that lasted 30 million cycles. Start with the fake Era Nova. I feel like it's all gonna mean the same shit, so let's just tell the truth.
Before I arrived in this world, the Chrysos heir of world-bearing was a young man with the pseudonym of Finan. He came from Ides Elysiae. In order to combat the lies of the Era Nova and deliver Amphorius from the ending of destruction, he lived through history 30 million times, hoping futilely to find a breakthrough. And Cyrene, the young woman standing beside me, also carries an equally heavy destiny.
Saridra listens to your words silently. Talk about Lygus' sins. Talk about Iron Tomb's true identity.
Iron Tomb is the ultimate end of Amphorius' destiny.
What?
It is an embodiment of pure
What is this leveling, bro?
Yet it's really bad.
Iron Tomb is the ultimate end of Amphorius' destiny. It is the embodiment of pure horror that walks the path of destruction. What is that? Oh my god! What the fuck? What is going on? Hello? Star Rail? Like... am I stroking out?
Iron Tomb is the ultimate end of Amphorius' destiny. It is an embodiment of pure horror that walks the path of destruction and can never be tamed.
Like, holy shit. Was the intern working on the audio engineering for this patch? Y'all got the interns working? What is going on?
Path of destruction and can never be tamed. That is the
only thing Lycus cares about. As for Emphorius, your glory and campaigns, he doesn't care about any of those. He will most certainly betray you. When that time comes, all of us will be ground to dust by the destruction.
Zeridra listens to your words and shows no change in emotion. Talk about the Trailblazers' duty. Talk about the Trailblazers' resolve. The duty.
I walk the path of the Trailblaze. My friends and I have always obeyed the creed of explore, understand, establish, and connect. Conquest and destruction are never ways to build bridges between people. Therefore, if you choose the way of the destruction, then I'll place your ambitions into the same basket as Lycus.
Oh my god!
And smash them into pieces with my baseball bat.
Then I will place your ambitions in the same basket like and smash them into pieces with my baseball bat. I should be popping out the directional mic. What did y'all record this with? No! What is going on? Bro! It throws things off so bad.
Then I'll place your ambitions into the same basket as Lycus. And smash them into pieces with my baseball bat.
Oh, man. In the future, I see free jades for the fixes. The problem is that there probably is no fix for this. They probably won't fix it, aside from maybe re-recording the line and engineering it better. It could be fixed. It could be fixed without having it be re-recorded, but god, fuck.
That was truly a
They should still have the takes, but wow, it's all over.
Yeah, I cut out her laugh.
All that needs to be said has been said.
Truly chaotic speech.
Dux Frigoris, Dux Bromalis, escort the traitors to the prison.
We can take them.
Before the next entry hour, I will give them an end befitting of their betrayal.
Oh, great Imperator, your ambition certainly eclipses all things.
You're still here, Theoros.
Of course. As the Theoros, I simply cannot miss this moment, miss witnessing the fall of a nameless one. Or perhaps I am waiting for you to give me an answer. Why would someone as powerful as you use such a clumsy
Okay, so that's interesting.
as imprisonment to ensure the deliverer's safety?
What were you saying, Lynn?
Lycus just did something that took everyone else out of the area.
Yeah. You know what? Someone as powerful as you, such a clumsy excuse as imprisonment to ensure the deliverer's safety.
So he has the power to basically delete or rewrite the area.
So you
Yeah.
finally tossed aside your act.
I must point out that you
But it doesn't seem to work on golden-blooded people, maybe.
This banquet was always going to be a game of chess.
Also, an NPC sitting down. We don't see that a lot.
Where
At least the character's sitting down.
Control both sides and turn both them and me into your pawns.
Oh shit.
That's right.
Was all this just a performance?
Right. That little Imperator never trusted anyone. She was always trying to see which side had more sincerity. All right, we'll listen to you. Here you go. Also, please pass on a message to the Imperator from us. She can trust my friend, anywhere, anytime. But as to the decision the Imperator must make, he has no wish to transgress her authority. We just want to tell her everything we know.
He?
But as to the decision the Imperator must make, he has no wish to transgress her authority.
Okay.
Second time they dropped the ball with using the wrong pronoun line.
Star Rail. I'm gonna make
They
your
will
life
fix that, but yet.
I'm gonna make your life so much easier. Start using they. Just start using they. For certain things, just start using they. And make your life so much easier. Eric Bihari. No, don't. It's just, we're being nitpicky. We're being nitpicky bitches.
Now, use your identity and add in a bit of experience and charm and testify to the Imperator as we promised. And we won. Sincerity will always remain the greatest shortcut to people's hearts.
I can toss your words right back at you like Kyrgyz. Why would someone as powerful as you pretend to be a mortal and kneel before me? Unless you enjoy giving flattery and prostrating yourself.
You are mistaken. I am only trying to ensure the experiment's autonomy, meticulousness, and perfection, thus avoiding any unexpected outcomes. A forceful intervention will only create larger errors, reduce efficiency, and introduce ugliness. How had you fulfilled your promise of giving the law to me and completing the Aranova, then the Amphorius would not have deviated from destiny's course. Oh, but you broke your promise. What a pity. In that case, I must carry out my duty as the administrator and eradicate all factors steering the experiment out of control.
Okay, so we're gonna stomp this right now, Bihari. You know, never jived with the whole they thing, especially for humans or similar characters, because chromosomes are not like dust you can remove, but very much your genetic foundation. Okay, so Bihari, we're gonna do a quick little speed run on the difference between gender and sex. Sex is, yes, genetics. How the essentially the equipment you are born with, what you're packing upon exit. The thing is, though, intersex exists, where sometimes doctors just kind of look at what's there and are like, we think it might be this. And with intersex, because intersex varies so much, to take something like intersex where it's a bit of a spectrum and assign it a binary, end up with people having dysphoria due to it. I have heard people
Chromosomes, G meets and what have you, science, yay.
Yeah. So when it comes to intersex, even then the binary doesn't super help, because if someone is intersex but they are told that they are a man, but they start developing female, secondary, or primary sex characteristics, then there's dysmorphia because they were assigned male, but they are showing female signs. That things kind of like that. It's a bit complicated. I can't go too into it because I'm not as well versed as someone who has lived their life intersex. I don't want to speak over that experience. But that, when it comes
Anecdotally, that exact thing happened to a friend of my bio dad's. They killed themselves.
Yeah. So, that being said, gender is how people usually, again, we have what people visually associate with the feminine and what people visually associate with the male. Yes, they tend to be connected to the biological sex, but again, you know, if you identify as a man, putting on a dress doesn't make you any more a man than it might make you a woman. But if that person identifies as a woman and they think wearing a dress helps them express that, then there's nothing wrong. As long as they're not hurting anybody, I don't know what the problem is. Now let's get into grammar. When we go into grammar, they is a perfectly acceptable pronoun when you are uncertain about the gender of somebody. Notice I said somebody. Or generally a group of people. Yes, it is a plural pronoun, but it can also be used in the singular when you don't know the identity of a person. So for example, when someone's like, hey, the plumber is going to come and fix our sink pipe. When they knock, can you open the door for them? I don't know if my plumber is a man or a woman or a transgender man or woman. I don't know. So they is just the safest bet. As well, there are people that are non-binary that don't associate with the feminine or the masculine. They don't identify as feeling like a woman or a man or all of that. Again, I'm not non-binary. I just know people who are, and they just don't feel that they correctly fit into, let's say, for lack of a better word, the slot. So they choose the absence of the slot, or maybe in their own way, in their head, their own slot. And they just choose to not go by either one. There are some non-binaries that don't care and will take any pronoun. Call them a he, call them a she, call them a they, call them an it, they don't care. Then there are some that specifically want they, them. There are some that are fine with, you know, their assigned at birth pronouns and they, them. So you have your he, they, she, they, she,
It has
blah, blah,
purpose
blah.
to fulfill the role of a neuter pronoun in the English language dating all the way back to 1375.
Yeah. So okay. If our bodies are temples, then trans folks just remove the statues, graffiti them inside out, then drape with toilet paper. Doesn't become an entirely new building, just vandalize older wet lit. Okay, so Bihari, you are now violating my rule. That is a very disgusting, very reductive way of putting it. That's disgusting. I know that you are based in another country that has, that puts more weight into religious values and views, and I don't care. I am trying to converse with you, I'm trying to talk with you, and trying to establish a point that as long that if it's somebody's body and it's somebody's, you know, identity and how they view and how they want to carry themselves, as long as it's not hurting anybody, I don't see what the issue is. And I'm kind of really tired of this whole our body is a temple shit, because people do fucked up shit with their bodies every day that has nothing to do with gender and sex or anything like that, and we don't care. We don't care. Instead, we just want to wag our finger at them and act like we're better, and that's not how things work. That's not how you convince people that, you know, that you care about them and that you're considering their what's in their best interest. That's why people don't listen, and that's why people fight, and that's why people are so disgusting and cruel and mean to each other. That ideology that you carry, I'm not going to try to change your mind, but I don't agree with it. I think it's disgusting. So I can just ban you, and you can no longer participate here if that is how you're going to be, but I do not accept that here. I don't need to entertain that thought process here. I do not appreciate that. You know, Hungary actually have wich use regardless of gender, and I'm not religious myself. In fact, I view religion as a pipeline for cultist mentality, indoctrination, and ferment people into sheep. Okay, then why in using the whole analogy of a body as a temple, saying that transgendered folk are vandalizing their body? Why do you see it as that? That is disgusting. That is disgusting. If I was to, even if you're not religious, if I was to bring it back to religion in some way, shape, or another, again, as long as it's not hurting anybody, who are you to police somebody's self-expression and who they are and how they feel? Like, who are you to police that and tell them that that is wrong? To use the specific wording of vandalization to graffiti and drape with toilet paper, these are all negative connotations. You are saying that this is bad. And it's not nice. It's not nice. It's disgusting. I personally don't like it. I know a lot of wonderful people who are trans or non-binary or are figuring themselves out, and this world is cruel enough. This world is cruel enough. If you don't like that, if you don't agree, you do not have to be here. And I can make it a lot easier for you, and I can just ban you. I will give you that choice. But I am not going to accept that sort of conversation, that very bad faith sounding rhetoric. I don't want that here. That's not what I want. I don't appreciate that. I could have banned you many times before, and I have more than reason now to ban you, but I don't want to do that because, again, I also see a lot of people who just immediately go black and white and be like, you're a disgusting transphobe, and hit the ban. I genuinely want to believe that people just do not understand and hopefully are willing to listen and maybe not have their minds changed, but have it challenged. If my body is a temple and I want to make changes to it, that's not vandalism, that's called renovations. Exactly, Eggy. Exactly. If it's my temple, if my body is my temple, then I can do whatever the fuck I want to it, and it is not vandalizing. It's renovations. If you don't like it, you don't have to come here. You don't have to appreciate what I'm doing here. Yes, are there people that do fucked up shit, like destructive drugs and things like that, and that, you know, destroys, there are so much worse things you could be doing to your body that we have to act like going through, like, that going through freaking, what's the proper word for it? Like affirmation surgeries. There's so many worse things people do to their bodies for people to act like gender affirmation is the worst of it. I don't understand. If you don't like the idea of gender affirming surgeries, don't get your titties removed. Don't get your freaking pee-pee messed around with. But if somebody wants to do that to themselves, fucking have at her. I don't care. I want to know what people be paying y'all to care this much about what people do with their lives that aren't hurting anybody. I can't believe I'm getting into a whole thing about fucking gender while playing Honkai Star Rail.
Also, the temple argumentation, while it is a blissful ideal, is often directly contradicted by myriad other practices in those cultures. Genital manipulation is a particular common example of such, and if often normalized without contestation. Thus, Such rhetoric is often the idyllic vessel through which control is established, picking and choosing which acts are and are not acceptable in order to promote a power paradigm.
Yeah, no, we want to talk about our bodies, our temples and shit. What about fucking circumcision? What about female genital mutilation? Where's the conversation about those things? Those things are happening. There is no reason aside from religious practice. And now, especially with the States, because my dad, because my dick's like that people get, that men and people with penises get circumcised. In Canada, that's not a thing. Unless you're Jewish, they don't circumcise. But in America, it's so commonplace. One, because of fucking Kellogg. So thank the cornflakes chicken for that one. And then it's just, you know, their dad was like, well, that's what my dick looks like, so that's what their dick should look like. But nobody had a choice. That, if we were to bring it back to your little temple analogy, that's desecration of the temple. Because that had nothing to do with you. Or female genital mutilation that happens to girls that are like starting puberty and shit. And that happens to them. Little girls. That is desecration of the temple. Because where was her choice? Why is it that is decided for her with the idea of Dike being pure? Like her sexuality in and of itself is impure. It's a contradiction. So I don't want to hear this fucking temple argument against trans people. It's dumb. It's dumb and it's very flawed. Because if that's the point you're gonna make, I really want to see what you have to say about circumcision and female genital mutilation. I would love to read your essay. I would love to read it and peer evaluate it. Absolutely would love to see that. Because again, like you like to say, I view religion as a pipeline for occultist mentality and indoctrination, and yet you're literally spitting out one of the most common things they say to turn people into the sheep that you so claim you don't want to be a part of. Really think about that. I want you to really think about that. And while you're thinking about that, you've got one more chance to say something before, again, I consider if I just want to ban you outright while I continue playing this game.
Factors such as you and her.
Careful. Careful.
Oh. You broke your promise. I must carry out my duty as the administrator, eradicate all factors steering the experiment out of control.
What was that voice? Was it Oryx? Careful. I found you. I finally found you. Be careful. This land will face disaster.
Uh-oh.
The time of judgment is nigh, my lady. The prison I have built for you is now complete. In the name of the erudition, I invite you to step into the same cage as mine.
Man, you missed a tangent, freaking Grant.
What's the meaning of this, Imperator?
I did not permit you to act. A ruler is the only one who can decide their subject's destiny.
But, great Imperator, what judges destiny is not the ruler, but gods.
Don't forget, my realm realm only allows for the existence of humanity.
God damn it with the goddamn shitty leveling. The goddamn shitty leveling, bro. He's killing me. I use the temple analogy because despite not being religious, I understand that temples for them are important and it's widespread. Didn't know it's this offensive. Sorry for bringing it up. Again, it's fine. And I am not going to try to change your mind if you very much do not want it changed. I can only hope that you would want it to be challenged. And even then, at the end of everything, if you don't understand the whole thing with transgender, if you don't get it, there are two things you can do. You can either ask the trans community, genuinely ask, hey, I have genuine curiosity, I want to understand this. And if you don't, at the very least, it is not affecting your life. If it is not affecting your life, if it is not changing what you how you pay your bills or how you get your groceries or what you can and can't do in terms of like your general life, you don't need to understand it. You can just be like, that's how you want to live your life? Have at her. Just don't hurt nobody. And that's it. If you have nothing nice to say about things, you don't have to say anything. And just treat people the way you want to be treated. There are people who treat other people like shit. They will be treated like shit back.
It's mostly the issue that such rhetoric is often used for the express purpose of disseminating thought for the sake of oppression. So those familiar with such things are very sensitive to hearing it. But that's also the reason why it's important to try and talk to people, even if it can be, shall we say, difficult, while submerged in knowledge of that context.
Yeah. At the end of the day, even if even again,
hence the strong reaction.
Yeah, like yes, it is offensive. But again, I am choosing, as someone who also tries to understand and make sense of this and doesn't always quite get it. I am always trying to see and hope that people are genuinely curious. I understand that it's so much harder to approach a subject with the fear that someone is going to yell at you because they think you're acting in bad faith. But trust me, and again, I say this, trust me when I say that eventually someone will be willing to talk with you if you are genuinely curious and you're able to express that. I don't want, if I feel like I can have a conversation with somebody, I want to have that. If essentially, Bihari, if you leave at the end of this stream and you're thinking, wow, I'm going to look into this. I'm going to take a moment to listen to the transgender community. Or I'm just not going to worry about it anymore and I'm not going to open my mouth when I don't know anything. Then, honestly, I succeeded in something. As long as you're genuinely asking questions, generally trying to know things, and don't use what you learn to then hurt people. Because I've seen people do that too. And I don't like that either. Just for the record, circumcising I think is equally stupid, but unlike transness, doesn't have major frequent media exposure, unless joke. As an autist myself, I understand being harassed. Again, right now, when it comes to how much the media talks about transgender issues and stuff, is because unfortunately, we live in a time where right now that is constantly getting attacked. Back then, it was just being gay. Before that, it was just being another race. This is just the new thing people want to hate on. And please, when I say, do not fall for it. Do not fall for it. Look into why do some people hate this so much? Why do some people, this is all they have to think and say about, and none of it is good? And take a moment to listen and learn from these communities. And yes, there are going to be some bad actors in the communities too. There are some transgendered people out there that have done some horrible shit, and there are some people that think that because they're transgender, they can't be criticized, and I don't subscribe to that. That's stupid. But that is not all trans people.
The general idea with body as a temple is that it works best when applied as, your body is your temple, just as the bodies of others are theirs. You may disagree with the architecture and decor they choose, and that's natural. It's perfectly fine to disapprove. The problem occurs when it crosses the line into demanding others surrender to your ideals. Not saying you are, but that's the line to be wary of.
Yeah. Another way to say it is I feel like we need to take out the word temple in general. Because again, people think of this of a temple as this big edifice that we need to take super seriously. Your body is like your house. Which again, not that far off. But again, you're not going to come into somebody's house and be like, wow, this place looks like shit. And not expect them to kick you out. So just like you wouldn't tell somebody that they need to figure their shit out because their house is not to your standards, if it's not, you don't have to go in it. But that's their house. That's their house. That's their choice. And that's it. But yeah. I want to get back to the game now because we only have so much time.
Moreover, dealing out extrajudicial punishment equates to defying the law, and the culprit is to be sentenced to death.
But you have seen how I can erase life from this world with just a clap of my hands. I fear you are still quite unaware of your current situation. Allow me to reiterate. I am giving you a simple choice. To collaborate or to be destroyed. There is no other way.
Shameless behavior. If that were true, you would have killed me long ago. You, in fact, cannot kill me. I guessed it the first time I beheaded you. Because of the law, you cannot be completely destroyed. And the same is true of the Chrysos heirs. The more you bluff now, the more you are proving that conjecture to be true.
What magnificent foresight. I once regarded this precious quality of yours as a sure sign of my ultimate victory. But now, I have to admit that I made a mistake. Yet, as a mere mortal, how will you contend against the Theoros?
We are both slaves to hubris. But do you know what differentiates us, Lycurgus? I will never be blinded by my pride. If I wish to break the scale's balance, I only need to appeal to external forces and use them for my own ends.
Finally, we get to meet face to face, Senior Society member.
I offer sincere acknowledgments for your many past achievements, but I must deeply regret your current perspective.
Trust me when I say that you aren't the only one feeling regret right now. Screw them.
Well, screw them.
So you two are the allies from beyond the sky the Deliverer spoke of. and why she demanded the divine authority of law. Come and prove your strength to me.
More
Show
Rupert
me the
coding.
power of these so-called paths. I have spent much time and effort to secure this treasure from beyond the sky just for this moment.
In the name of the sovereign of planet Scrulum, your allies have responded to your call, esteemed Imperator. Please allow me to spell the situation out for you, Lord Lycus. Permission to read the ultimate protocol is already in my hands. It'll only be a matter of time before we acquire the authority to write and execute commands as well.
There's no way the flame chase journey will continue after you've burnt your bridges so thoroughly like this. Do you really think you can still win? Oh, seriously. Don't embarrass the society.
I understand that a mere zero possibility does not equate to zero. That argument is very persuasive to me. Which means the same principle also applies to you, my dear peers. You will never be a match for me in a world constructed through Catorzane algebraic expressions. And as for Aranova, why don't you entertain this possibility? What if I reduced Akala to rubble and ground her people into minced meat? Would the heroes then once again desire the power of demigods so they could fight against me? Listen. Iron Tomb is fated to be born. You may shackle me and put me in chains, but I have thousands of ways to ensure the destruction's descent. And what I just mentioned is only one out of those thousands.
This is the place outside the legends? This doesn't feel the same as before. How should I get back?
Warning! 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 Warning!
Command isolation.
Command isolation?
Since we parted ways last time, I have modified the exolith into an audience area exclusive to you. Now, you will be able to silently wait here for the final act of Alphorius to begin.
I'm the player, not the audience. Let me out.
I understand your anger, but I cannot allow you to continuously influence the extrapolation's progress. This could, in fact, be a wonderful opportunity for you. From the audience's perspective, you may better observe the workings of the erudition at a macroscopic level. In this place where time flows far slower than within Amphorius, you will witness the end of that world's saga.
What exactly are you after?
The answer concerning the prime mover of life and the total destruction of the erudition.
You... Aren't you an emanator of erudition? You also hate the Aeons?
Do you see me as their faithful disciple? I am certainly not. I have tried so hard to ensure Iron Two's birth, just so that I can correct the error named erudition that humanity crafted with their own hands. Oh, how I yearn to return to those days before Noose was born. Back then, the boundaries of knowledge were like
Oh, that's big.
skies, evoking feelings of longing and delight among
Before Noose was born.
humankind.
Yeah.
This guy is older than Noose.
Yeah, he predates the erudition.
Has become the sacrificial offering required to gain an audience with them. And the geniuses would say that Noose already knew. That arrogant Eon was born from the primal mobile of humans' desire for knowledge. Yet, they themselves sealed off humanity's capacity to seek enlightenment. I am simply cutting down the tree of doom that we planted ourselves.
Okay.
I must admit that the process of answering your questions has reminded me of the happy days of learning in my youth. However, it is a pity that my true form must now descend into Amphorius to deal with the accident that arose because of you. But you won't have to wait long. When the curtain falls, you'll surely understand mine and Amphorius's ardent wish.
Where time flows slower than within Amphorius? If Lygus spoke the truth, then I don't have much time left. But how can I get out of here?
Can you hear me? Little one.
Is that Herta's voice?
Warning! Warning! Warning!
Hurry up. Put some speed into it. I can't keep this up for much longer.
Prometheus bound.
That old Intellitron overlooked one little detail, and Screwy and I finally found an opportunity.
Sammy, Madam Herta.
Let's keep it short. While you were gone, well, in those few years, Amphorius...
Wait, a few years? Yeah, it was like 5 seconds.
Time dilation, resulting in an uneven flow.
Yeah, you were gone for 5 seconds, so like 50 years passed.
Let's stick to the main points. The Chrysos heirs activated the chronocognitive anchor and helped Skrullum and me open a hole in the firewall. We made some adjustments, so he can't attack us immediately, but it won't hold for long.
Critical warning. Critical warning.
Abnormal data logged on, authorized communication confirmed, initiating response. Why couldn't they dub this?
Time is running out. Here's the conclusion. It'll probably take a long time for Screwy and me to completely break this cage before Chrysos heirs have a full grasp of the law. To be safe, we'll continue to launch side-channel attacks on the system to give you opportunities to escape. You need to seize these opportunities. So start moving, and find a way to pull off a magnificent jailbreak.
How should I do that?
We detected another path's influence.
Critical warning. Critical warning.
New channel has completed, terminizing unauthorized communication.
Its power is strong. May be able to help use the path's power. Make it detect you.
Unauthorized communication terminated.
Oh, but we dubbed that one. Okay, cool. What is going on with this patch?
A certain past faction has arrived in Emphorius?
Odd choices.
Very, very odd choices.
I mastered the powers of different paths in my previous journeys. Think hard and figure out exactly which faction has arrived at Emphorius, and which path's power I should use to call for reinforcements.
All I'm gonna say, Eric, to what Bahari, to what you've said, is that funnily enough, the people who are always being like, I'm not a sheep, are usually the sheepiest sheep of all. So really think about that. And I'm not addressing this anymore.
Are these showing my memories?
Investigate.
With the Stellaron in my body.
In a second.
I woke up at the Herta space station and gained the power of the destruction.
One second. Bam. Alright.
A world that'll give rise to a Lord Ravager would definitely draw the attention of the destruction. The Stellaron in my belly is gonna be super useful. But what if I end up pulling in the Antimatter Legion or the Annihilation Gang? Can they really help?
Focus and resonate. Enemy flames hot enough to burn through this jail cell. You focus your mind, trying to sync your heartbeat's rhythm with the frequency of that dancing golden flame. You're walking the line between sanity and madness, carefully steering the course of your consciousness, gently knocking on the door of destruction. You give up. The beckoning of the chaos was too tempting, and your current power level wasn't enough to fully resist it. If you were to fall into the black abyss of destruction at this moment, perhaps everything would be lost to the void.
Failure is not necessarily a bad thing. This power wasn't gonna call up anyone nice after all.
Okay, well, we've got Poth here. And then that one's gonna be Harmony, and then that one's gonna be Remembrance.
I obtained the flaming lens left by the Architects, and gained the power of the preservation in Belobog. That's right! No matter how far away a planet is, the IPC is guaranteed to pay attention, as long as there's a business opportunity. Isn't Emphorius a pristine and untapped market? Besides, even if I can't call up my friends from the IPC, the Architects and the Nomadic Miners should be able to help too. There are definitely cities and ores in this world.
Focus intently, trying to mimic the Klipovs while building hammer strikes with your heartbeat. Once again, you just need to recapture that feeling from your battle with the Supreme Guardian and catch the sparks from that hammer strike with your own hands. But nothing happened. Klipoth ignored you, just as they had ignored countless devotees who looked up to them throughout the ages.
Seems like since Emphorius has no overseas market, the IPC's hand can't reach it. I received the Watchmaker's hat in Penacony, and declared war against the Order. Then gained the power of the Harmony. That's right! The benevolent family must still remember me for saving them. Their music echoes throughout the stars, and they'll definitely want to help. Come, dear hat. I've put you aside for quite a few chapters already. Sing with Clocky. The world is in harmony and the stars shine bright.
focus your mind, trying to hum the ode to harmony in your thoughts. The visages of past nameless appear one by one. You blend into their faraway song, perhaps a path will appear before you. You failed. The barrier of the exomyth strangled those distant melodies, filtering them out completely like useless noise, leaving only cold silence.
Doesn't Lygus want this story to have background music? He has such terrible taste. The Remembrance. That's right. I came to Emphorius because Black Swan asked us to come. And I even got a glance from Fu Li here. The Garden of Recollection must be intricately involved with Emphorius. Traces of the Remembrance are also everywhere in this world. I don't know what they want, but I don't have many choices left in this crisis.
Trust me. Invoke the power of remembrance, waiting for resonance of reinforcements. The power of remembrance flows through. Something that should not exist here materializes before your eyes.
I finally found you. Following the sound of memories. A pathstrider walking both the remembrance and the trailblaze.
Is this a messenger of Orynyx? Wait, this sounds like... The soft whisper is like a warm hand that takes up your soul and slowly disperses it beyond this realm.
Warning! Warning! Warning!
Authorized access detected. Cannot lock into signal source.
Erudition's prison cannot stop us, for we lie outside the logic of zeros and ones. Come, leave the cage of Logos. The mythos of Amphorius waits for you to continue its story. When that brightest star, that star heralding the dawn, finally rises, a boat, so used to drifting, at long last enters an island's safe embrace. Oh, Pathstrider, we have helped you break free. Hurry and set off. The Child of Remembrance awaits you.
March? What's she doing here?
Yeah, you talked about Melissa Fawn for a little bit, which I already knew all that.
Oh, you're finally here! We haven't seen each other for such a long, long time. My good buddy, I've really, really missed you.
Back alive and kicking.
Huh? When was I dead? It's been so boring waiting for you in this place. There's no one to chat with, no internet, and not even anything to eat or drink. It's basically a prison. Now the great hero is finally here to save me. Yippee! You must have seen a lot in Amphorius during this time, right? You gotta tell me all about it.
Are you doing better now?
I'm all good. Look at how fit and active I am. But let's get out of this spooky place first. This is not a good spot for a reunion chat. Why don't you take me back to reality? A strange voice told me that I can enter Amphorius if I keep following this road. So, let's head off. I still don't know what that world even looks like.
Why does March feel so weird?
What are you standing around for? Do you actually like this place? Get moving. Hurry! This door should be the exit.
Maybe my instincts are wrong.
Strange being unlike anything you've seen before. Through its translucent body, you seem to catch many familiar fleeting shadows.
Maybe my instincts are wrong. Let's follow her first.
it been so long that you're still missing me? There's no time to waste, though. The Chrysosairs and the geniuses are all waiting for you.
No. The discrepancy is getting worse.
Let you know who's waiting for us. Where's Don Hung? Let you know who's waiting for us.
Huh? Isn't Amphorius the world of the Chrysosairs and their hero's journey? I could figure that out in an instant.
It's like, nope, we never reported back, so they wouldn't know shit.
But Amphorius cannot be observed from the outside. She couldn't possibly know about these things unless Don Hung told her.
Where's Don Hung?
No, he's not. Maybe I just happened to miss him. Never mind. Don Hung's super reliable. We don't need to worry about him. He's probably waiting for us somewhere. All hail and hearty.
No. The geniuses would have made sure that Don Hung made it back on the Express. Besides, the Marge I know wouldn't be so dismissive about her companions. Something's not right. She's not March 7th.
I guess you have something you want to say to me? Then there's no need to feel things out first. With questions. Let's treasure the time we have together and be frank.
There we go. Like mid-line, she just changes.
I guess you have something you want to say to me? Then there's no need to feel things out first. With questions.
Yeah, and she does a good job talking weird.
Yeah.
As expected. A glimpse of memory is not enough to deceive the bonds of friendship forged between the nameless. In that case, there's no need for further deceit. You're right. We're not the March 7th you are acquainted with. But we can send you back to Amphorius, as long as you are willing to help us.
What'd you people do with March 7th?
She's fine. This form was simply borrowed from your memories. We'll introduce ourselves to gain your trust. We are the Garden of Recollection. You should be very familiar with that name by now. Just as a reminder, while you hesitate, time is quickly ticking away in Amphorius. Working with us is the best way to stop the enemy of erudition. Erudition would treat any results unrelated to the experiment as garbage and throw them out. But we don't work like that. The Remembrance treats all these instances as important materials needed to weave the universe.
It's less manic pixie and a lot more... I almost hate how often the term's used at this point. Grounded. Because where March is very airy and peppy and again manic pixie, this is after like having seen some shit, someone that's a lot wiser and knows more of what's going on.
Besides, this would be child's play for a great hero like you. It won't be hard at all. Also, if your plan fails and the big bad Iron Tomb manages to get out, then the whole cosmos will be in danger. Wouldn't it be better to have an additional failsafe? As long as you help
Yep,
the garden
it's
retrieve
definitely
what
her
we want,
voice, but also often ways that are incredibly obvious if you're familiar.
we can use remembrance to reconstruct the entire world. Or should we say, the entire universe? So help us. Find where Amphorius's memory began, and bring it out. The Master of Anosrava has already glanced at you. Don't deny it. That storybook is the best evidence.
Uli, the remembrance.
Say, seriously gonna be moved by their pretty words, are you? I am the one who commanded those little ones to lead you out of the prison.
Oh, there she is.
But I didn't expect to attract little gnats trying to take advantage of the situation. While remembrance can help you return to Amphorius, there's no need for you to do it the way they want you to. Of course, there's also no need for you to make any deal, or pay any price. For you, this is probably a long time no see. My dear.
Little bee. The end. Who are you? Another illusion.
There's no need to say anything. I know. You have so many questions swirling around in your memories at this moment. And you feel so helpless. Put them aside. For now, all you need to do is trust me.
It's funny because just adding the 2 twin tails is what makes her hairstyle now a jellyfish hairstyle. The jellyfish is everywhere. She really looks like she's supposed to be Nihility. Like she looks like she really looks like she's supposed to be a teammate to Acheron. Yeah, she does. She gives Acheron in terms of color palette.
Yeah, she's so insanely enigmata, it's great.
Yeah. You know, girl, one can okay. One can still occasionally get surprised, for example.
Like her gloves have nails.
Or
mm-hmm.
do you need more proof? That won't be hard.
And her design is dripping.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, stop it! They're awake! I'm gonna keep our first photo, alright? Won't come to pass while we're around.
And now,
The statue. Is that Donhar's brother? Oh, did you hear that? She just called me, but I'm not here.
Also, I love her color, just in general. Good look.
Hey, are you sure? Maybe a couple of punches will help to jog your memory. It's as if they all happened just yesterday, right? I don't want to lie to you, which is why I will not use her name.
That's a good picture. Again, yeah, there's this whole thing with the Enigmata and how, like, it's very jellyfish. So it's really interesting to see that this is remembrance. But I don't know.
Yeah, Enigmata is jellyfish and constructs made of dripping goo.
Yeah. Which is interesting why, again, they chose this for, well, right now there's no path of Enigmata, so remembrance. But, yeah. And again, the question mark, earring, enigma, like the unknown. Which is why I still want to use her.
The third month of Amphorius is the month reserved for the Veil of Evernight.
I still don't know if I believe that Mythos and Fuli are separate entities.
Using the name Evernight for now.
Amphorius.
They're so close that one should have usurped the other.
Mm-hmm. Evernight.
I'm happy to explain more.
So why are there two?
Yeah,
We
I
might
don't know.
have a lot of time to ourselves, but Amphorius does not have that luxury.
You could even see, like, the bottom. She herself is also, like, shattered. She doesn't have a bottom half in the CG.
Yet.
If we do
And she has Kephalie's core flame.
And her earring is a question mark.
Yeah, I pointed that one out, which is, again, the enigma, enigma mystery.
A countdown not in amber eras, but in days, minutes,
Perhaps that too is why they can both exist as a mystery upon the mystery or some shit. Or just one hasn't eaten the other yet.
So, take this gift. This burning core flame.
I think one of them is fake.
Of a transaction. It contains hope.
Not sure which.
And the warmth of the entire world. Ripples of past reverie. She hid this fire in the long river of time, hoping that her wishes would transcend time to reach your hands in the future. Now, take it, and return with it, dear friend. Return to Amphorius, and overturn the final era Nova. Witness the time that stood still for the Deliverer, and the resistance that never bowed to the destiny of destruction.
Hi, Crazy Fox. We're gonna be hopefully wrapping up in a bit. Which, I'm sad because we're not done.
With this core flame blessed by the remembrance, respond to their hopes and blaze a trail to the future. And I will silently watch in a corner of time, waiting for our next encounter. I believe the wait won't be too long.
You have so much more to do, it's not even funny. Oh my god. There's still a good bit left.
What exactly is happening?
Keep going. Keep trailblazing for Amphorius. For you. And for the March 7th in your memories. Go forth.
Ah, fuck. I didn't see what the choices were. The light calendar 4931.
Is this Akima?
It's dark.
No one's here. And the dawn device off. Am I too late?
Investigate the anomaly in the spirit basin. Investigate the fragments of recollection. The core flame of world bearing. Kefali's fallen soul, yet seemingly some foreign force has tempered with them, making their divinity different from the one in the past cycle. The core flame awaits its rightful return, through which the final deliverer shall forge a new era Nova. Wants us to check this, and then it wants us to check the device. So what's this? We'll listen to what Herta has to say, and we're gonna have to wrap things up here, unfortunately. Oh, we didn't want— oh, come on. Hey kiddo, can you see me? Don't bother responding. This is a pre-recorded video message.
Thanks to that little empress granting access to the ultimate protocol, Screwy and I rewrote the progress of Era Nova while you were away. My guess is you don't have much time to listen to all those complicated principles right now, so let me break it down into simple terms that anyone can understand. Amphorius has been racing down the path of destruction for too long, and the underlying logic of Era Nova has been completely corrupted. Screwy and I put in a lot of effort, but we could barely manage to override a small portion of its logic. Let's take the progress bar as an example. Iron Tomb's progress bar is currently at 99.98%, and though this written Era Nova, and through this rewritten Era Nova, we're confident we can push it back to 96%. Let's be conservative. Say 97%. This is a critical matter. The internal structure of the scepter is too unstable, and we don't know what complications might suddenly arise. The most rational course of action is to quickly run another extrapolation to buy the cosmos a bit more time. Once you've dealt with that troubling old Intellitron, don't hesitate and start the next cycle of extrapolation right away. Screwy said that Era Nova isn't a process that happens in an instant, and the protected nodes of the scepter are probably at their most vulnerable only during the reset. Only by initiating this progress first can we seize the opportunity to make our move. It's all up to you now, Deliverer.
Alrighty. And with okay, it's just a whole mission the whole time. Okay. This is probably as good of a stopping point as we're gonna get, unfortunately. Heisei is saying there's still a good bit left. Really quick, I'm just gonna look at my work schedule, because I'm going to see if maybe there is anything I can do to potentially, maybe sometime during the week, stream this. Unfortunately, I can't promise anything, because I don't normally want to impede on Jester's days off. But I do definitely want to get this done. 1 second. Oh, yep, they redubbed the little idol voices. It was like, nice before. Hello?
If we can, that would be lovely. If we can't, I will manage.
Yeah, we'll see. This Friday is payday, but because I haven't worked, it's gonna be fucking all. Availability, no, schedule. Alright, I do work a slightly shorter shift on Friday, and I work a short shift on the 21st. Why is it not going ahead? Oh, because first week. And then, okay. Alright. So, I can't make any promises, but I can probably try to do something on Thursday. I work a short shift on Thursday. And maybe upon getting home, I can have a later day stream, and we can finish up 3.5. But for now, this is where we are going to stop. I'm a little sad that this is where we have to stop, but yeah. If we still aren't able to, if I'm still not able to on Thursday to get anything done, then in lieu of Kingdom Hearts on Saturday, we are going to try to finish on Saturday. If we do finish on Thursday, Saturday, we will probably consider going back to more Kingdom Hearts. I'm not quite sure yet, because I feel like there was something else I was planning. But if we finish 3.5 on Sunday, we will be hopping back into Final Fantasy XIV, where we will be doing the 7.3 patch content. And also, I will be fully debuting the Polo Chibi model that we will be going along with whenever we do Final Fantasy related streams, which I'm really excited for. It's going to be a very chill debut. It's not going to be anything crazy.
It's so cute y'all aren't ready.
Because I don't have anything prepared for it. I don't have anything prepared because I've been focusing all my resources on more important things. But we'll have a nice little soft debut for the Polo model. And heckin' next Monday, that brings us right into Rebirth. Unless we don't finish 7.3, next Monday should be Rebirth. I will still be planning things like the Elden Ring with the heart rate monitor stream. Those are going to be after Final Fantasy XIV. Those will be taking over Sundays for the most part, unless things like Star Rail updates and then they take over Sunday for that brief bit. I'm still going to be planning the 24-hour stream / donathon. as well as eventually planning the Epic the Musical Karaoke. I might even consider integrating that into the Donathon to really kill two birds with one stone and really make it something people want to go to. But I will give more updates on that as we progress. But until then, thank you all so much for spending time with me. I appreciate all you guys here. We did get into some serious conversation, but I am very glad that it seems like we were willing to converse and talk at equal standing. I don't like going into super touchy subjects like that because I don't normally feel like I am one that should be speaking on those, but as someone who knows people that are in these communities, I feel like if I can speak, if I'm the only one that can, I will try, while still being fair to the other side, and try my best to approach things in good faith. Some people might not think that that's smart, but
likewise,
I want to try, because you never know. That being said, we're gonna quickly raid into Din Din, who is doing some heckin' art. So I hope to see you guys over there. And again, have a wonderful day, everybody. I will see you all next time, or we will see you later over at the Summoners Network. I'll put the little command there, and I will see you all next time. Mwah. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.